All right, fellas, we good. We live. Welcome to the Elite Podcast. Welcome to the Elite Podcast, episode 33. We back. We wasn't on Wednesday, but we back on, stronger than ever. My brothers, Mountain Pang. We're good.
Hey, we're good, man. Just there chilling on this Sunday afternoon.
What's good, man?
Was an ugly weekend.
Yeah, man. A lot of rain over here. A lot of rain.
Same here.
This weather in Georgia. This weather changing in Georgia too, man. Like it's 70 degrees right now.
70?
But it's beautiful outside though.
Yeah, it look good.
Yeah,
outside.
70. Feel good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Mountain outside in the woods. He got me money tea hat. He nice. Is that a Gucci or a Cuba Link?
Cuba Link, old school. He representing.
Oh
the
man,
80s.
here we go. Hey,
Pan,
every VI man got chain, man. We know that.
Mountain, I have never in my life owned a chain.
Yeah.
Never.
You know what to say about that, Pan. You gotta get one.
Every year I say, you know what? That's what I'm gonna buy for my birthday. I never do. The two things that I say every year.
Gold price high. Gold price high.
Gold
price high.
Go copy one, man. Copy one. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Big up to everybody tuning in right now. So hey, I'm gonna get started with the shout outs, and then we're gonna talk about our previous guest that we have on. Unfortunately, he's right here with us, so we touch on that and we get into our future guests.
Yeah, man. So I actually only had one run-in with Jerome.
Wait, Pat. Let me get into these. Let me get into the shout outs.
Go ahead, man. I miss all of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you ready? Hey, so
ready to go.
You ready? So this is we just shouting out some VI people with their with their businesses and stuff like that. So it's always good to go out and support the VI people. And we got Legends 340, legends340.com. We got Savory Eats LLC in Orlando by Sheena Fontaine. We got the Good Life Apparel. We got the Melting Pot Cooking Class, meltingpotcookingclass.com as well too. Big up to Andrea. We got Sibone Caribbean Restaurant. We got Apollo Legion. Big up to Apollo Legion. We got Island Destiny 340. Follow on Instagram, Island Destiny 340. Serenity Braids by Nikki. We also got one of our farmer guests, Rico Canario. Follow his website, www.lul.com/spotlight/R Canario. He has a lot of history, on VI sports, and also does history on VI culture. So you guys go out and check out his website. He has several books. Also, Right Way Service Station, located in Princess next to Avis. We also got Paris Enterprise. Also follow on Facebook, Livewire Sports. Livewire Sports. They live every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Follow Livewire Sports. Also, our future guest we have today, he was also featured on Livewire Sports a few episodes ago. So you guys can also go and check that out as well too. We also got Midnight Entertainment. They got the new single out, Bring Out the City, out on iTunes, Apple Music. Also, we got Next Level Up Printing. We have OliviaDesire.com. If you guys want to check out some nice jewelry, go check that out. We also big up to Bubbles Promotion. Also follow on Facebook, Brino's Kitchen. Also big up to Mona Barnes, and you guys can follow the City of Refuge Worship Center, and that's on Facebook as well too. And last but not least, you guys check out the Elite Podcast YouTube page, and that's VI Legends, V.I.Legends. So you guys go out and check that out.
Yeah, man. I tell a friend about the page, man. We need to get up to 100 subscribers, then we jump to 200, 300, and we just keep it rolling, man. So I tell a friend to tell a friend.
Facts. So previous episode 32. Man, my chair making a lot of noise for some reason. I could hear that.
That's 32 episodes of noise.
Yeah, I got a new chair. Yeah, man. So we had episode 22 last week Sunday. We had our guest, our co-host here, Mountain. So I started that pang. Amazing episode, man. After the episode, a couple of days I reflect on the episode, and it was just amazing. What stood out to me is the fact that how much adversity, Akeem went through as a kid growing up. Started basketball late in high school, and some of the adversities he just had to face to overcome. And it's just amazing, some of the sacrifices he made, his senior year, etc. Having that devastating injury, and still battling through that injury as well, and then transitioning over to track and setting records and in the high jump. So it was just amazing. Also, the sacrifices mom made teaching him basketball as well too. So it was a great in-depth episode, man. And hopefully a lot of kids go watch it because it's an inspiration. So that's what I got from it.
Yeah, for me, me and Mountain will talk every once in a while, and keep up with each other. Mountain is like a real life little brother, you know what I mean? And it just, I'm like proud of he to see how much he mature and grow, the man is a real responsible man, and doing his thing. Like there's a lot that he didn't talk about, even still he still have more to talk about, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
The episode was good, man. It was fun for me because just hearing he talk and how respectful he is, and the things that he went through, because it was some stuff that I didn't know. So I don't know if I could hear that there. My YouTube, I get live on YouTube. I started to hear myself in the back. So yeah, man, it was real good, man. Mountain definitely make me proud.
Yeah, man. Mountain, what about you, man? Anything you want to touch on real quick? After doing the episode.
Yeah, it was good. I think when just going back and looking at it, I just can't believe how time like flew by that quick, man. Time fly by. Like we've been on air like what? It was almost 4 hours,
Yeah,
and it's just good talking, and just like Punk said, it was just good talking about my story. Well, you touch on adversity, but it's a lot of times as people we go through tough times, and we think it's like we think that is the world against us, or we think we getting punished. Like at the end of the day, sometimes those adversity moments build you for a better person. So it was good to to speak to some of the adversity that I've been through in life, because like I said in the episode, like everything that I have right now in life is because of the foundation that was built for me. Like, and the foundation was built solid because it was a lot of tough times, and it was a lot of
Yeah.
times that you know there's a lot of things in life you're gonna think that you deserve or you should get, but the fact of the matter is, the truth is, like nothing's promised to you, and nothing's like owed to you. You have to go out there and fight. You have to go out there and strive and grind for everything, man.
right.
True that. True that. Well said, man. True that. True that. So, fellas, we here, man. Episode 33. Jerome Gumbs. You guys talk to me. You know,
So
I
Mountain, you go first.
Well, I say like with Jerome, I know me and Jerome, we played, of course, at home in the VI. Anytime we play, St. Thomas, St. Croix, we had those tournaments, Central Tournament, Eudorican tournaments, and of course, the competition grew from there. But I think, me and Jerome, we kind of built a good relationship. Both our senior years, we both graduated in '01. We both graduated in the States. We both moved from home, from the territory to go home and finish our high school basketball careers in the States. And then, just coming home and playing on the junior national team, and then the national team together. Me and him both made the national team together, like right after high school. Like, and it was good. Me and him were both rookies together. So, like, we shared a lot together because, of course, we had the rookie experience in the national team. But, we grew a lot from each other. But Jerome is somebody that, that impresses me every single time I get on Facebook, or every time I look on IG and look to see what he's doing. He's doing a lot right now, and he's not doing a lot for himself. Like he's doing a lot for the kids, and that's one thing that's big that he's doing, is like he's just not doing it for himself. He's doing a lot for the next generation, the future, the youth. So I'm very proud of where Jerome is right now, where he's moving into.
Same here. That same national team that I was rookie on, that was my first meeting of Jerome. It's actually my only time actually physically seeing he play, because while I was going through high school, I was already up here. and missing all of your games and stuff. But still hearing the names, but I never got a chance to see him play. But you could have tell he had a promising future because he although he was a rookie when he came onto the national team, I think coach them saw the potential in him because he was getting his clock. You know what I'm saying? He was getting his tick, and he was on the court. He was on the court more than me. You know what I'm saying? So coach them saw the potential in him, and his career just take off from there. And he was a natural bomb scorer. That was his thing. You know what I'm saying? And from high school national team, he just took off from there. And I think Jerome got a job from being on the national team, like his run-ins with the national team. I think Venezuela pick you up or somewhere in that area that we was, but he was just an exciting player to watch. But that was my only run-in with Jerome that 1 year the national team. Maybe a second time on the national team, but I can't really remember.
Yeah, my running with Jerome is pretty much, competing against him, in high school, high school tournaments, complex, shout out to Mali, going at it, sunstroke, so, and like you said, he was a bad scorer, man. He was a compact player, man. He had everything to me, From what you remember, he had everything. He could score on the outside, he could score on the inside. A lot of knowledge of the game, he would compete. He played intense, he played strong, So when I was in high school, I always recognized all the best players, and I always wanted to go at the best players, because I wanted to be the best, and I'm sure everybody felt the same way when they played for their school. So he was great, man. To me, that's why he's a legendary player in my eyes, but talented, and I kind of follow his career as he moved on. He did a lot of good things, man. So I just can't wait to hear his story, how we all started, a lot of his experiences and stuff. So, it's gonna be fun. I know the people that can't wait. So who want to do the honors? Who want to do the Monty, you do the honors, man. You do the honors. You introduce this legend we got here.
All right, we're going to introduce the Rockman, Jerome Gumbs. So, Jerome, this is one of the VI's, one of the most prolific scorers in VI history. Like, Mumba and Pong touch on it, like all around game. Real scorer, real deal scorer. If you haven't seen him play, I'm telling you, like, this dude could score from anywhere. So, like, without further ado, let's introduce Jerome Gumbs to the podcast.
Hey,
good introduction.
First of all, I might have to put y'all on payroll because y'all talking me way too much, but I appreciate it. Hey, listen, Mountain, I appreciate you yanking because if it was only Island, hey. Because the last podcast I've been on, I get a text message like, man, you turn a straight Yankee, so I appreciate it. But nah, this is love. I've come a long way and to have it come back in a full circle where, some of us grew up playing against each other and hearing about each other. And I view this as us just getting together and catching up. And I love it. I mean, I looked forward to this. Everyone in my circle on my team knew, like, hey, whatever is on the calendar is getting cleaned off for this because this has to happen. So again, this is love. I appreciate
it. Yeah, man. Much love to you, man. Much love to you, man. Much love. Yeah, man. So I'll get it started. So how we all started, Jerome? How we all started? How was it growing up? Where were you born? What area you grew up in the Rock City?
Oh man, where I grew up, Altona, close to Concrane, and how it started. I mean, when you grew up in a house where you only have sisters, and my sisters were some of the toughest females around, I still had to find an outside influence, and I didn't start playing sports till later, like the Boo Boos and the Miguels and the Barries and the Tumpis. I mean, they started playing ball before me. So if you ask me how it all started, it started with CB. I mean, to this day, I talk to CB 2-3 times a week. I know he's going to probably laugh and say, "You mean I call you 2 or 3 times a week?" But not. That's how it started. It was CB who took me under his wing and really saw something in me that I would have never seen if it wasn't for him. Yeah.
Oh wow, man. Big up to CB, man. Big up to CB.
Yeah, CB
Yeah.
practically saved my life. And you all know how it is. You don't need to get into it, but I know that the Virgin Islands is beautiful, but it's a different world growing up down there. And to this day, my mom views CB as one of the most critical persons in my life because he practically saved my life. Although when I first started playing, she used to call us basketball the devil because our tournaments was on the weekends, and anything that took you out of church growing up, it was a devil. So big props to CB. I'll never be able to repay him.
Yeah, CB was an amazing person. He's an amazing person, man. Like he's one of the good coaches that we had in the VA.
Yeah,
definitely props to CB. You gotta tell CB I say hail up too.
Oh, for sure. He's watching. Trust me, he's probably watching. And so to put that in perspective, you think of what CB did for so many of us growing up. I've literally bottled all that up on top of the way I was raised, on top of how the Virgin Islands kind of nurtured me, all my experiences in the world, bottle it up and created Empower Me Academy. So literally it's been like the blueprint of all my mentors, and CB being probably the most pivotal one.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's big time, man. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
So you kind of touched on your sisters. Did any of your sisters play sports?
Oh man, one Chelsea. I think I know I say this over and over, but it might be off, but I'm pretty sure she was probably one of the first females to ever play flag football in high school. And man,
Wow.
she was tough. I mean, but our upbringing was tough. My mom, didn't really make it through high school. My dad didn't make it, to middle school, but they worked. My dad has built over 1,000 houses. His hands were bigger than Hulk Hogan's or Hulk. My mom has been a housemaid for majority of life, but they just worked. They just showed us this unbelievable work ethic. And when CB found me, I was able to translate that work ethic into basketball, and it was pretty prosperous. Yeah.
Yes,
That's big. That's one thing. That's just not just people from the VI, but like just living in the States, like just meeting people from the islands, like that's one thing that's irreplaceable. That work ethic, and I think that came from our elders. Like that work ethic is different.
That's real talk.
That's true.
It's funny you say that because whenever I meet someone from the islands, I almost expect them to be successful in the States.
Yeah.
And it correlates with what you just said because from young we're taught nothing comes easy. And you said it earlier before I got on that when you grow up with the mindset from growing up on the islands that we're not going to get anything given to us, nothing is owed to us. So we got to kind of like take our own, like create our own destiny, and that's the type of culture we all grew up in. So when you come from the islands, especially the Virgin Islands, I expect you to be successful when you leave the States because of your upbringing.
Yeah,
you have no excuse.
That's facts.
Yeah,
it's a different grain.
Yeah, I almost thought it was almost like life or death.
It's true.
It's life or death, and when you get that type of, we're all survival creatures. When you corner us, we're gonna find a way to survive. And then when you grow up in an environment where that is almost something you're born into, you just develop this survival instincts where nothing is gonna stop you. So it's lovely to have come from the Virgin Islands. I wouldn't want to come from anywhere else. Yeah.
That's facts. That's facts.
Oh man, this is life.
So wait, so you said you started late, right? So what age you first started playing basketball? You first got on a team, organized basketball.
Oh man, I didn't start as late as Mountain though, so he get more props. Starting that late and doing what he did, because it's funny because every time I hear them name Mountain, I don't mean to change the subject, but I don't think people understand he was called Mountain because it always looked like he used to jump over mountains. That's how I this dude used to jump out the gym. But I would say 9. Go ahead.
No, Mountain Hop was unreal.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Unreal. I'm thinking he jumping up there like, go ahead.
Mountain wasn't as tall as Jabari. But he could jump as high as Jabari.
Yes.
Maybe higher. And
yes.
Jabari
Look.
is an elite jumper.
Yes.
Would be right up there with you.
Yeah, he jump in with the best of them in the NBA dunk contest. Yeah,
Look.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm paying for it right now, Jerome. Back problem. All that jumping and landing, I'm paying for it right now.
Trust me. I didn't jump as high, but same here. Same here. It's nothing worse than a kid brand new to the academy told me that, well, they can't do it now in COVID. They're like, Coach, can you dunk? And just the thought of it hurts.
Yeah.
Just the thought of it. But I'm gonna flip this question. What age did you start, Pong, and all of you? Yeah, because I know you started in high school. Because when you answer your question, I'm gonna tell you mine.
Go ahead, Go ahead. You first.
Me, I started I want to say 14 years old, 14, 15. That's when I start.
Okay.
Late start too.
Like between 12 and 13.
Wow. So y'all started. I was around 10, but maybe I'm saying I was late compared to the Jabaris and the Miguels and the cut butts.
Yeah,
yeah. Because when I got into the game, these dudes already had names.
Yeah,
Right.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm like, these dudes are legends already, and I'm just starting. So yeah, that's what I meant by late. So maybe not compared to you three, but yeah, I started late compared to my peers. So it was a lot of catching up.
Yeah, a lot of catching up. That's true.
Yeah, but I did that. That kind of reshapes your way of working because you add the work ethic that you already had, and you add the fact that you have this sense of urgency to catch up to people that already started to you. I mean, now you develop this work ethic that's uncomparable, and that's why you're always successful. Yeah,
that's
me,
true.
I would say the first league or any kind of organized basketball I ever played was in 7th grade. So when I was 12 or 13.
Okay.
And that's how I got recognized because when I was in gym, that's how the coach spot me out. Like I was just killing everybody in gym.
Yeah. Didn't you used to shoot with both hands?
Yeah.
For the most part, I used to shoot my right only. And then once I started getting around Bo them start telling me, man, you use a lefty, you should be shooting with your left hand. Bo just asked me to shoot with my left hand. Just so it look. And he said my farm, everything looked better, and I should start shooting with my left hand. So I used to just do it in games. Like why?
Yeah, I know. I heard about it. I think within the last 2 years or so, I mentioned that. I'm like, there's this dude growing up in the islands that shot with both hands. One of the most incredible things. I knew about you before I even knew you. So that's why I asked that question. Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah. Everybody had to know about Pangmason. Your name was going on. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yeah.
And ball was just fun to me, man. And that's all I was doing was just, I only know, Bo used to always tell me I only had one gear, you know what I'm saying? And I just go, you know what I mean? Whether it's on defense or offense. And Bo used to try and hone that, give me a little more levels, give me a little more gears, and just touch up a few things here and there, you know what I mean? Like Bo teach me a lot.
Yeah. Now love for our mentors. Yeah.
So what's the first organized league that you ever played? And at what age?
Oh man. I would say it was probably like one of those CB would know better than me. It would probably be one of those housing ghetto leagues, and those tournaments. And I remember I was probably 11, 12. Man, I remember being stupid scared, like I'm, you're in the ghettos, you know how those places are. So I'm like, not only am I new to this whole tournament thing, but I'm around goons. You understand? So I'm worried about getting my shot blocked, but I'm also worried about what's about to pop off. So I just remember being in a place where I was really focused on trying to just forget my surroundings and focus what I had to do. So I remember my first game, I didn't play as well because of the nerves. And I remember probably CB or whoever was coaching me at that time pulling me to the side is like, you don't work this hard not to play well. you know. And I just remember just saying, okay, I gotta do my stuff, and and I had a pretty good game. That's not the. I think the game after I had 60, but I had a good game. Let's just say that.
What? Wait, what? 60?
I had 61 in a tournament. I don't know if it was that game, but it had a tournament game. I had, yeah.
So then you jump. So young, jeez.
I was, but that was when the back, that was, you were like the only one or two. But remember, I was playing against the Boo Boos and the Mike Miguel's. So they had more players. It was either me scoring 50 or 60 or we're losing.
That's true. I got you. Yeah.
And to tell you the truth, I probably lost, to be honest. So I probably shot too much.
It still says a lot about your talent, though, because you're just one person. The names that you call, we all know their names.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure their team was stacked, and you by yourself going up against a stacked team and still scoring 60. That's
Don't let them hear y'all scored 60 in that, because I might get assassinated. But I don't know if it was exactly them I scored 60 in, but I know we were playing in the same tournament. So let's just clarify that, because these dudes haven't heard from them in a while, but I know my Facebook page might blow up talking about, how we get, you didn't score 60 on me. So yeah. But yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Honestly, when you all know this, when you find a coach, like a CB, and that's what I like to portray myself for the kids in the academy. But the most powerful thing for any kid, or just any human, is someone believing in you. And when you have someone that believes in you, even when you don't, it's a very powerful and compelling characteristic. And CB is one person that never, ever allowed you to not believe in yourself, almost to a fault. And those are the types of people we got to continue to surround ourselves. And that's what I tell the kids. If people are not motivating you and believing in you, then they don't need to be around you.
That's true. That is facts, man. That's facts.
That's facts. For real.
Yeah.
That's so true.
So how did that make you feel when you was in that league and you killing in this league? This is your first league, your first tournament, and you killing. Like, when it was all said and done, how did that make you feel? Like, what kind of position or place they put your mindset in?
Oh man, to be honest, my entire life has revolved around, whenever I achieve success, I got to work harder. So, and it was funny because a couple of people remember, like, after high school games or practices, I used to go to Griffith Park, and I'm not leaving until I get up 500 shots. I'm probably gonna get my butt whooped too, because I'm getting home too late. But that was a price I had to pay, and so whenever I achieved success, I wanted more, and I just worked harder. So it didn't really put me in a place mentally; it just motivated me more. So I got greedy. I got really greedy, and I always wanted to be good. Go ahead.
So this is a question for the whole panel. Like, this is a true testament of evolution. When me and Tegan were in high school and we playing against Rock, we playing against Central, we had some good battles with, like, Caesar, with Two Cent, with Flight, with Jabari, with TJ, Raheem. Don't it seem like every year the team will get like a better player than the star player from the last year? Like, don't it feel like that to you? By the time when I start hearing about Jerome, just listening to you talk about what you did after you played high school ball, I could see why that evolution was by the time it got to you, because you just took a step up from every other star before you.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like what we used to do the year before, we always used to inspire the person the year after, that up and coming, to even work harder than we, so they're better than we. Like, when I left, Tegan took it to another notch. When Tegan left, Mumba took it to another notch, and so Coffee Mountain took it to another notch, and so forth. It just say a lot that if you're a youth and you watching, you should be like a sponge and just soaking up knowledge. So you could be the best player that you could be.
Go ahead.
That's what's really good about this podcast.
Yeah. You know what? That's a really good point. And
Yep.
To be honest, the credit goes to the leaders, and that's what we say we cultivate at EMAs. there's people like you, the Jabaris, the T-Guns. Y'all embrace the youngsters. You understand? Y'all ain't shy away from teaching the young ones how to be better. And that's an interesting concept because we as humans sometimes we get so selfish that we try to withhold information to keep people below us. But I've never been around anyone in that basketball world from the Rock or from the VI that held us back. And that's how it should be. You know, we should be evolving better than the people that came before us. And that's a powerful perspective, and it's real. It's a really good point.
And up here is definitely a dog wall. It's a cut
wall.
Yes.
Everybody will go for themselves up here. Everybody.
Yeah, but you know, it's such a crippling concept or ideology because I read a book called Get More, and it teaches us that when all of us are striving and making the pot bigger, just think we're all in the kitchen cooking a bigger meal. At the end of the day, the meal is bigger, so we all eat more. You understand? But if I'm just cooking by myself, you cooking by yourself, now it's not a buffet. Now it's just a meal for an individual. So yeah, that's why I love being brought up in the Caribbean, especially the VI. You know, the concept of family is what has really allowed the academy to thrive because, you know, I love everyone that comes to the academy. I'm saying hi to everyone, but that came from the islands. You know, you say hi to you. Even now when I'm driving, I'm blowing my horn and saying hi to people. People are like, what is he doing? But back home, that's what we do.
Yeah.
You know, that's love.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was just gonna touch on, you know, what you said on what Jerome spoke on too. You know, like the older generation, it kind of they can, you know, you guys challenged us too, you know, and like you guys never withhold information. You guys like motivated us, you know, and you guys left something where we were striving to be at and to be better. Like when you left Complex and Tegan took over, and then Tegan left and it was my turn. Like you guys, like nobody never won the Duracan tournament, so like that was my goal to like achieve that what you guys never achieved, you know, and it was that motivation, you know, and that determination. And it's like it might sound disrespectful, but it's like you gotta find something to motivate you. Yeah, to drive you. You know,
it's not disrespectful. That's facts.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Like we talking about like the leadership, of course, above us was big, but like you know what's big, like we found something in the game that we were attracted to. Like and coming up as a player, I think we all share the same thing. Like we wanted to be somebody. Like you know we all admitted to starting type of late. We didn't play BD. We didn't have we weren't legends going into junior high school. Like some was, but the thing is like those legends that were going into junior high school and the people above us, like they kept us on our toes and they kept us pushing each other. So I think that part is probably missing right now. Like the kids at home, they like just find like something to make them attracted to the game. Like it was so many different things around basketball that just attracted me to it. Like of course, the popularity of being a good player or a great player in the islands. Also just the aspect of traveling, going to different islands and just networking, getting to know more people around the territory too. So it's just different aspects of the game that was attractive, other than just just picking the ball up and playing. And I think that's something that we have to find a way to like just get it back attractive in the territory.
That's true.
Yeah, the goal is to bring the academy to the islands. That's
that'd be big.
The goal. I feel like I always try to give people an analogy. It feels like you ever left home and you forgot like the oven or the stove on. That feeling. That's how I feel about the Rock. Like I'm not getting home quick enough because all the stuff that's happening. But to touch on what you said, my whole life from young, I never wanted to be the greatest player. I never wanted to be the fastest. Some of y'all already had that. I never wanted to jump the highest. Like I teach the students and my son, just be recognized as one of the hardest workers. And you can do that because that's one thing you have total control over. And once you can control that and you focus on that, everything else will follow. So so going back to what you said, I followed the Raheems, the Boo Boos, the Caesars, the Cortez Tongue, all of them. And when I showed up in the gym, being the youngest, when I left that practice, my main focus was, did I leave being recognized as the craziest and hardest worker? And that was it.
That's big.
That's true, man.
Did you play ball in junior high in school?
Yeah, Concrane.
Who was your coach?
Man, I don't even remember. To be honest, that's so long ago. Oh man, listen, when you and CB always makes fun of me because you remember him? I was like, nah, because when you travel so much and been away from home for so long, I remember faces though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then we
Yeah.
had like almost 1,000 kids come through the academy. I talk to everyone. You know, I'm like a social butterfly, so I have all these names and faces. And to be honest, it's no excuse, but yeah, I'm terrible with names. But faces, you showed me a picture, I would probably remember with a coach that did not. I remember my high school coach, not kind. Yeah,
So how was junior high level and like who was your rivals in junior high? Who were you going up against?
it was Concrane, and I don't remember the middle school and in country, but I mean during that age, it was more about tournaments. You know, it was about neighborhood tournaments. So our school league wasn't really like that. It was just playing in local tournaments. You
Right.
know, Housing won, the ghettos won. You know, Rung the Field is where stuff used to pop off because I think that's where CB and that man used to work. So yeah, and some in the country, but I always felt like those you couldn't win in the country. Yeah, and you couldn't come from the town and win. There's no way. There's no way they're letting you go without that trophy. But nah, the school league wasn't really up to par. It was more about playing in neighborhood tournaments.
You know, it's crazy. I think not just in junior high. Like even when you look at a high school at home, is like the tournaments are bigger than the regular season.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we live for the tournaments in school.
Yeah. It were the tournaments.
Yeah.
But you
Live.
know why? Go ahead.
No, you got.
No, I was saying, you know why? Because of the neighborhood legends. Some of them then, really mess with school. When
Yeah.
that local tournament, when that neighborhood tournament, they strapping up and lacing up. So yeah, that was big. Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough. You know, a lot of the real good players. We had like a few real good players that just school just wasn't their thing. You know what I mean? To just
Yeah.
really like push through the grind of school
Yeah.
to even just be eligible to play.
Yeah.
That just their thing. But then when you play against them in league,
Yeah.
oh, they eating the leagues alive, man.
You're almost on one bad perspective. You're almost happy they're not playing against you in league.
In school,
That's
right?
true. That's
Yeah.
true.
You're like, you're gonna stay in the tournament. Let me go take care of the school league. So yeah. But now
Yeah.
you're
You
right.
might you might have somebody 19, 20 years old playing in a tournament against a high school kid. That's serious. I ain't gonna call no names, but I know.
The only downfall of it is in school, your name get out more because in all the leagues you're gonna be in the newspaper.
Yeah.
You got the news or things like that. Some
Fact.
leagues they do, but school league you always gonna make the newspaper when you the star. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And, daily news had player at a week. Like so you not only that your name in there for player of the week, you got your picture in there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
it was different,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
the
true.
only thing you had over those players that didn't participate in the school league is that your name gonna be out there more. You know what I
That's a
mean? But
yeah. It's a great point. It's a really good point. It's funny because my mom used to love seeing my name in the newspaper because she knew I wasn't down the road doing craziness. She's like, okay, you said you were at the tournament. Okay, I said you were at the school league. Okay, I see it in the newspaper, so I believe you. So that was good. That was validation. Yeah.
that's because one, my mother never. I don't even think my mother ever seen me play a basketball game. Honestly, my mother was a single parent trying to raise 4 kids. She didn't
Wow.
really come to my game and so you know what I mean, which was all good with me. I know my mother loved me to death. But one of the proudest moments that I ever had with her was at the end of the year, they would bring all the players of the week together for a banquet.
Mm-hmm.
And just what she tear up to see me go up there to get my award. I didn't win the player of the year, but we all got awards. Well, the participating players, and we all got awards that year. Then, And just seeing her tear up and how proud of me she was. That was the, regardless of how much games she didn't come to, that was the moment there for me. You know what I
That's
mean?
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
I think my mom probably seen me play once, and I think it was similar to you, Mumba, where we never used to beat the Hurricane, for the championship. Akeem, you were on that team, right?
No,
What
it was Joseph.
St.
Mount
Joseph?
St. Joe, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but when we play, it was Tumpi. Y'all put up the picture. That picture you put up with that was that team. Man, we had squad.
That
I
was a
remember that
squad.
team. I
That
remember
was
that
a
team.
squad.
That team was squad. When I looked at that team, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I was stacked.
I was on that team.
Yeah.
Now, but I think that was the only game my mom ever seen me play. Because, like I said, for the majority of my career growing up in the islands, remember the basketball was the devil. So, but that was the only game. But I feel you. My mom wasn't a single parent, but just seeing my mom come to a game and just watch how everyone gave love and energy for me doing something that I dedicated my life to, and really just being off the streets, just gave my mom a lot of pride, and a lot of what's the word, care for something that I took on, because I could have gone. I mean, we can all talk about some of our best friends who are no longer alive. So yeah, just
Yeah.
seeing her just smile, because we grew up in a world where some of our parents don't smile. My mom never smiled. So to just see her in the stands smiling, I think that was the game she ever seen me play. If not,
Yeah.
probably never seen me play, because she was always working. Yeah.
Speak about the mom. Like, I know, like my mom, my mother, she played a big role in my life. Like, just teaching me how to be an adult, just teaching me how to like be a chameleon. I know I mentioned it the last time in the last episode. Like if it weren't for her, like I would not know how to adapt to like different
Oh,
cultures and different people. Like, so speak to like your mom, even your dad. Like, how did they shape your like your future?
man. Well, I'm gonna touch on my dad because my mom is gonna take up this whole podcast. But my dad just showed me, like his work ethic. To be a person that didn't really, wasn't really educated, but was like a genius when it came to building stuff and building houses. And he used to have me carrying bricks down a staircase before school. I hated him for it. I used to have to mix concrete in middle school. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm in middle school. Why am I learning how to lay blocks?
Yeah, that's how I walk, brother.
Man, and the whole time I'm not realizing I'm developing this unwavering work ethic. So, and CB always reminds me that my dad is the one that really taught me what work ethic was about. Like that sweat. If you're not sweating and you're not in pain because you're working so too hard, you're not working. And my mom, oh man, it was at one point in my life, my mom, she was telling, we were doing a documentary, and the person that was doing the documentary was interviewing on the computer, and my mom got super excited to tell her how she used to like pray for a son, because I only had sisters. And then when she got a son, she was crying out, talking about, I feel like I have 7 sons, and because I used to, she like, I asked for 1, you give me 7. So, but my mom, didn't give up on me. At one point, she used to say she didn't have a son because of how bad I was. And like I said, we all probably have that experience with growing up in Iraq. If you get around the wrong people, you start doing the wrong things. And my mom was terrified. My mom used to stress every single day about if I'm alive, where am I?
Yeah.
And I mean, it got to a point where she was like, you know what? I can't change you. You're in God's hands. Like, she literally, that would be like the only thing she would tell me. You're in God's hands. And then when I was 13, and all this happened before I was 13. And when I was 13, I almost died when I fell off a bike. And that's when I started changing. Yeah, so my mom really just molded me into the person that I am, and really just helped catapult this person, because she's been my hero. My mom has been the person I've always aspired to be. One of the nicest
That's
human
amazing.
beings, working human beings on earth to this day. So I owe my mom a lot. We don't have enough time for me to really go into detail But without my mom, I'm not here. Without my mom, I'm not raising my son the way I have. Without my mom, I'm not pouring my soul into the kids. Because this is who my mom was.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Big up. Where your mom from?
Oh, St. Kitts.
Oh, she from St. Kitts. Okay.
Yeah. My dad from Anguilla.
Okay.
Hey,
That's
Pang
Pang.
people.
That's Pang
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Pang is celebrating.
We might be related.
I love Angola, B, but that's one of the best places to be in the world. Anytime you want a vacation and get away from the craziness in life, go Angola. I'm telling you, trust me, go Angola. Angola will take you away from your life problem. Easy. Angola got the nicest people in the world, man.
Yeah.
Easy.
I agree. Nah, just the Caribbean in general, but Anguilla, yeah, some of the nicest people, and some of the family, my dad's side, some of the most beautiful human beings do live there. A lot of blows when I went to visit, but they were still nice.
So where your people live from? My people live from Stony Ground. Where your people live from?
Oh man, Stony Ground, man. I haven't been to Angola since I was 10, 11. It's been a while.
Oh, that's a long time,
That's
man.
a long time.
It's been a while.
That's true.
Yeah. Now, once I started playing hoop, ain't nothing was going to take me away from hoop. I'm thinking you understand. Ain't too many people that were as committed and driven to hoop. Go where? Tatola? No. Yeah. Angola, no. I got to get these shots up.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
I miss a lot of family trips for basketball, honestly. I miss a lot of family trips for basketball. It just seems every time my family then plan a trip to go somewhere, I had to go on a trip to basketball. Some.
It's love. Yeah, Anguilla is a place. And St. Martin, right across. Yeah.
Yeah, St. Martin, that's a place. So heading into high school, did you have options, or you were set on going to Charlotte Mali?
Yeah, there was nowhere else to go.
No, Iduraken? That wasn't happening?
That's curse words. No way. No way. That was never happening. Nah. The goal was, like you, the goal was to beat him.
True. That's fact.
Akil, the biggest gun to ever come onto the VI, was on that team. We over here shooting little water guns. Akil been shooting cannons from young. Oh man, this dude. Oh man, yeah. Nah, Charlotte Mali was the only school I had in sights. Yeah.
So how was that experience like? Joining the team. Being a part of some of those legendary players, man.
Well, it was the dream, and to have made varsity, as a freshman. It was just one of those stepping stones that I knew I had to accomplish to get to where I wanted to get to, which was to be one of the best. So once I saw, once I got to high school, it was like take care of business in the classroom and become the hardest worker to ever go to high school. And those were my goals. It was simple.
Yeah.
I think when you get laser focus and tunnel vision on those two types of goals, because you're really precise and clear about your goals, it's hard to really distract you. It was hard to distract me. I was insanely driven. Yeah, so it was a great opportunity. Created a lot of relationships, a lot of friends, a lot of teachers. Estro was the coach. Some of my best friends came from high school, Charlotte Mali.
Yeah.
And it was tough. It was tough leaving to go to the States. Even to this day, it still gives me goosebumps thinking I had to leave so much behind. The first time I ever saw my mom really like bawl was when I left to go to Florida because I had to pursue. That was, back then that was the only way you could get recruited. Now you got YouTube, you got Instagram, you got TikTok. I mean, you got all this stuff back then. If you weren't in the States, you weren't going to play in college. So I had to leave.
Where did you go when you went to the States?
I went to Florida, and That's a book by itself. You know, it was like 17 guys in a house, barely any supervision, one bathroom, all of us coming from our own little island. We had like 2 from Puerto Rico, 2 or 3 from Puerto Rico, 3 from Panama, 1 from Costa Rica, 1 from Yugoslavia, 2 from England, 3 from Africa. And listen, I was one of the shortest players on that team, and I tell people to this day,
That's crazy.
that's probably the best team I've ever been on. I remember going to Kentucky with this squad, and we used to walk in a single file line from shortest to tallest. We have a 7'2" dude from Africa on the team. And I remember walking into Kentucky, and there's a huge game going on, crowd going crazy. And as soon as we started walking in, it felt like the whole gym just turned their head at the same time and was like, is that the college team? And I would just remember us just blowing everyone out because we were just so good. Our practices had like Tubby Smith watching, Billy Donovan, Calvin Sampson from Oklahoma. Like, I think all of us went and played in college.
Which part of Florida? What school?
We went Miami High.
That's no. Miami Day was Boo Boo and Jabari. This I don't want to get into the details because some stuff happened, but it was like this small school, and not to do with me, but we went to this small school, and when I look at it, when I think about the whole scenario, I'm like, how you go from a small school, right? You were like 2, 5, 3, and 30 the year before, then all of a sudden you 30-1, and the team you lost to, you beat by like 40 the second time you play. Like, that's a red flag. You know, so that's what happened. It was in a small little school. I think it was Berkshire. Small little school.
What part of Florida was it?
Homestead.
Oh, Homestead? Okay.
Yeah, Homestead. And out of all, like, we practice on concrete, you know.
Wow.
So I feel your pain again, Mountain. But you know what's the worst thing? One of the worst things about that experience, because it was good because Jabbar was at FIU with Carlos Arroyo, and I think Roger Bell had just left. So I used to see Jabari like every once in a while. So that was good. But we used to eat the same thing for lunch every single day for school year. And it was Papa John's. I hate Papa John's for that reason. I hate it. After a couple of weeks, I was like, I can't eat this. I started getting stuff sent from home. Started, link. Oh yeah, and Akin. I keep forgetting Akin was at FIU with Jabari. I remember Akin.
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Joseph.
Yeah,
okay,
I remember him.
Yeah, he was a Yankee before he went to the States. Yeah, that was him.
I used to play against Akin in college.
Yeah.
Akin,
that's him. The Yankee before the Yankee.
He went to a school in South Carolina. He ended up in a school in South Carolina.
He might have been. I know he was at FIU for a while.
Yeah, and he ended up in a. He finished his last in South Carolina.
Got it. Yeah.
So this school in Homestead, was it a private school or a public school?
Oh yeah, private school.
Private school, okay.
I'm talking about we walking around like 7-footers, and we got little middle schoolers. Right? Like it was like I'm telling you, that's a book by itself. The stuff that happened that year, man.
What was your class? Was it 3A, 4A?
We were in the lowest, right? We were in the lowest A.
Yeah, they had to be like 1A, 2A or something.
We would have beaten anybody.
So,
yeah. Talk about the recruitment process to go into that school. Like, how were you recruited?
CB. I mean, CB did all that. When you think about it, I just did what I had to do, work hard and put up the stats and won the games and the tournaments and that I had to. And CB was like, okay, because it's almost like you had to get to a certain level on the VI to get established or to get recognized or to get picked to go over. Because you understand, we're all a representation of the Virgin Islands. And if they don't feel you're going to represent, you're probably not getting picked. So when I got to that point, CB was like, okay, it's time. It's time for you to leave and pursue your career because, first of all, I believe you can. That's one thing CB always echoed. Like, I believe you can be really good. And it took me a while to believe in it. But, yeah. So the process was done by CB. He had all the connections, and he felt, this place would have been the right fit, which it didn't turn out to be. And I ended up going home and really almost, believe it or not wanting to go back to the States. Because that was a horrendous experience. Like I said, 17 guys, one bathroom,
Crazy.
in one house.
That's
No
crazy.
supervision. Just imagine. No supervision. I'm talking about you used to have to lock your suitcase in a suitcase, wrap a chain around it, lock that, and swallow the key, and they'll still get in. Like, it was. Yeah,
That's
nobody
crazy.
should go through that. But some of those dudes still turn out to be friends. I'm still friends with a lot of them, but no one should be under that type of, no one should be in that environment with not much supervision because we're all teenagers.
Yeah. It's true.
So one of these days when we're off camera, I'll share some stories. But no, that was.
But that's good though. You could touch a little bit on it. That's good. You could do that first because, like everything, ain't glamours and
Nah.
No glitter
from
gold.
a
Yeah.
sense, you know what I mean? It'll look good, but man, the grass ain't green on the other side, Mr. Always green on the other side, Mr. So
That's facts.
that's good. You could touch that because it will help the next person. Just the mention of your school and somebody hear that. Okay, no, I hate Jerome talk. I'm gonna stay clear from that.
The school changed over the years, though. Like I said, some of the dudes still stay there. One of the guys that were on the team, he actually played with Chris Paul. His name was Jamal Levy at Wake Forest. I'm talking about like all of us. I'm pretty sure all of us went Division I. I'm not sure, but I know all of us played in college. And a lot of the relationships and bonds I created with those players are still intact. A lot of it came down to the coach. That's another reason I got into coaching, because I came across some dudes that were coaching in that role that shouldn't have been coaches, and he probably, got better, but, it was a business transaction, and that's how it is. A lot of people don't know. When you play sports, you become a business transaction for a lot of coaches, and, who doesn't want to hear that, cover your ears, but that's facts.
Yeah.
We're trying to change the narrative as an entity where sports is not the end goal. It's just something that develops you because we all can say that sports changes for the better.
Right.
I think that narrative needs to be echoed a little bit more louder than the fact that you play sports to, get rich or to get a scholarship or whatever it is. Sports,
That's true.
Make you
Very
better.
true.
That's real.
That's true.
Yeah. Good, great questions. Oh, this is lovely. Nice.
You could remember any good players that you came across playing against? I know you mentioned going Kentucky, in that school. Like any names that you could remember that made it famous that you played against and used to chew he up in high school?
The guy I told you about, Jamal Levy, was at Wake Forest. One of the guys on the team from Florida, his name was Hyman Ueda. He went to LSU. He was at a junior college, and he went to LSU, and he got Player of the Year or Newcomer of the Year. Well, might have been Player of the Year his junior year at LSU, and he was probably the best player on that high school team in Florida. He should have been in the NBA, but I think he broke his leg. Patrick Sparks, when I was in Kentucky, who played for Kentucky. I don't know if y'all remember him taking Kentucky too. He played for Western Kentucky, and he transferred to Kentucky. I think he took him to like the Sweet 16 or something. And you're talking about in high school or my entire career?
In high school, when you were in high school, like somebody that you played against and you used to chew them up alive, and then a few years down the line, they're like a top name player in college, and then they make it to the league or something. Like anybody that you came across.
Well, I won't say I chew up much players in high school because from the time I left the Rock, I was always on great teams. That team in Florida was really good. And the team in Kentucky, we were in a smaller league. But we had one dude that did go to Kentucky. But when I played on the high school all-star team in Kentucky, that's where a lot of the names came from. And I played against, then when we traveled to Oregon with CB. Played against Carlos Hurt, TJ Ford, Amari Stoudemire. Who else? JJ Redick. Who else? Who else we played against? CB reminded me the other day.
How was JJ Redick in that tournament? But he went on to be like a college legend, a Duke legend. I won't say college, but Duke legend.
Here's the thing I always try to convey when I talk to people. When you look at these players, all these players are in the States that amounted to greatness and got to the NBA. They just had the resources they needed.
Yeah.
If you think about the resources that they have in the States, and you put all of those resources in where we're from, I mean, we're developing some unreal talent.
Yeah.
So when you ask me that question, like, you could just tell he was ready. You could tell he had the right resources in his life and the right guidance, and you could tell he was going to be a pro. When you're playing in those leagues, those tournaments, you can look and be like, okay, he's a pro.
Yeah.
And a lot of it comes down to the mentorship and also just the resources. At the end of the day, if you have the right resources, you can amount to anything.
You know what?
That's true. That's true.
For any kid that's watching this podcast or listening, there's a different style of playing in the States.
Mm-hmm.
The way how we play home is different than the way that they play up here, but it doesn't mean that they're better than us.
Mm-hmm.
They're just a different style. It would just take us some adjustment once we come up here to adjust to that style.
Yes.
And that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's how they didn't grow up playing man-to-man defense.
Yeah.
They very seldom play zone up here. We grew up playing zone.
Yeah.
We playing like a standstill basketball game, like a one-on-one basketball game. Like we got some good coaches, no, don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
how much team that we play and that we really like run plays.
Yeah.
Like come down the court and call a play. Come down. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, we were running.
Right.
Yeah. Run and gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
But these kids have. So that's the only adjustment to take when you come, no matter what level. That's the only adjustment. Don't ever doubt your talent.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing to do with your talent.
Yeah.
You just learn the system, you pay attention, you study the game, and you're gonna adapt to playing ball up here. And with you coming in with your work ethics,
Yep. Most important. Yep.
you're gonna propel higher than a lot of these players that you don't see on TV make it to the NBA. And so, like you said, they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right resources, the right backers. They coach such and such in college or such and such in the NBA, and people putting them in the right place. No, I ain't taking away nothing from their talent, because you still got their talent at the end of the day.
Yeah. So this is a question I have, and this is for the whole panel. So like, I know all of, we all play ball, and we all eventually probably move to the States, and coaches tell us like, man, if I had you 4 years ago, you'd have been an NBA, or you'd have been an NBA superstar, NBA all-star. Like I think we all got that conversation. Like a coach has told us that before, right? And it's just because, like Jerome touched on, like, it's the resources. We don't have the resources that a lot of the kids in the States have. The access to a gym 24/7. They lifting weights, the system, the structure. Like I think it's different.
Yeah.
But like how do we change that right now for like the new generation? How do we change it right now for like the youth that's coming up at home? Like because like look, we know the athletes that the islands are bringing, like it's like look, it's crazy athleticism. Like how do we use that talent and like really like mold it the right way? Because I know like we all can agree, like if the resources were there, the VA probably would have had like plenty of NBA players, plenty of pros, but it just wasn't there. So how do we bring that back to the back to the islands?
You take that one, Jerome. That's all you. We want to hear your opinion.
Oh man, I talk to CB about this all the time, and it's interesting that, and this is exactly what we're trying to change, because if we could pour in or get the resources that these kids have in the States and give it to people back in the Caribbean, I think the narrative needs to be, first of all, we're trying to change your life. And I think getting to the NBA or getting to college, it shouldn't be the focus. It should be the icing on the cake. It should be almost like the gift of persevering and working that hard. I think we need to start really telling kids like this will help you shape into a better human. Because at the end of the day, we all stop playing ball.
Yeah.
But it's those values that we develop playing the sport by the right coach and with the right teammates is what has cultivated who we are today. So I do agree. The system and the resources need to change and improve. But I think that the communication needs to change also. Like, yes, you can be the next Kobe Bryant, LeBron, but also you can also be a better citizen, and take care of your schoolwork and be a better son and just be a better listener. All these things that we're teaching at the academy here, because we use sports as a way to save our lives, and we can take that mentality, right, with the right resources and give it to our kids, because we need to understand we don't all need to go to the NBA. First of all, there's not enough space.
Yeah,
that's true.
So we can all become executives and running companies, and like it's because of my upbringing I was able to have the confidence and the knowledge to start a company in probably the most expensive city in the country, right? Where there's not many people that look like me.
Oh, it is.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's true.
But it's that courage. When I go back to the story of playing my first tournament in the ghettos, right? Being nervous, right? And overcoming that adversity or that moment was just a ripple effect that caused me to take on any challenge the rest of my life. And I think that's what we need to continue to use sports as a platform to change our kids' lives. Because, on top of you thinking there's another Kobe or another LeBron, there's another Barack Obama, there's another Nelson Mandela. There's a lot of leaders and beautiful people in the Caribbean, especially in the Virgin Islands, and sports is the best platform for us to develop as great humans. So that's my take. That's my answer.
That's big. That's big, man. Because like you hit on it. Like we all play sports in the VA as an outlet. Like and we all want our target, our main goal was to make it to the NBA. It was like NBA or bust, and I think we all had that harsh reality. Like, look, I have to like walk away for the game one day. Like, it's not gonna work out. But the thing is, like, luckily some of the experiences that we've been through in life helped us to not stay on that level, and like really helped us to move to a next. Like you said, you moved into to starting your own company, and that was big. And you wasn't scared to do it, because I know a lot of people right now, they're scared to take those chances. You gotta be able to take those chances. You never know, right? But we have to be able to change the narrative to where, like, it might be another LeBron James in St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John, or Tortola. It might be for real, but
I agree.
It might be another Barack Obama down there too, right? We can't forget about that, right? So we might have another Stacey Abrams in the VI, right? Like, we can't just always like paint it like, hey, sports gonna get you out of the picture, or like the best life ever. Like, it's probably gonna get you away from the island, but like, what you gonna do after that? Like, life still moves on after sports.
Very true.
But before I forget, because I forget a lot, but CB always had that mindset though, and I want to go back to what you said about playing zone. CB hated zone. You understand? And so when you think of those two things, CB already had this progressive type of mindset, but that was because he played in the States. You understand? So he was bringing his experience, like how we all should bring our experience back. We got to think of the Virgin Islands or wherever we're from as a well, right? We're going, getting water from the river, or wherever we get the water, and filling the well up for the people to drink water out of. And that's the knowledge that we want to give to the youth, because we all have, a story to convey to the younger kids to inspire them, because it's, like I said, it's the Pongs and the Tigans and the Jabaris that inspired us.
Yep.
It's true.
That's true. That is
so true. That's so true.
Damn, I had something to to add to what Mountain was saying, but I clean forget.
Forget.
Hey, I ain't heard that in a minute.
If you remember, just bring it in. So
I go. It don't come back though. It don't come back.
So Jerome, go ahead, Pan. You go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, listen, hold on. I gotta touch on that, because, and this is why y'all gonna continue to be successful, right? That is powerful that y'all two are always so good at just passing the mic on and off. Those are the little things that I see and I realize, because those are the most important ingredients. So I had to commend because y'all been doing it. You know, it's like a two-man. It's like a two-man break. Y'all keep passing the ball back. You score, no, you score. So I gotta give y'all props because you know being a black man in this world, and y'all know it. I tell people all the time. Sometimes our biggest, you know, oppressors are the people that look like us, and to see y'all collaborate and doing this as a family, it's really inspiring. I love it, and I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. That means a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Ain't none of us ain't trying to hug the mic, man. You know what I mean?
I love it. But it
No
needs to be
skip, no skip, no skip on the call.
No skip hate to the Shannon to get a shine, you know. I know he don't hate it.
Oh, you know Skip don't like that.
I know.
He like
Shannon
that
don't
at
care
all.
though. Shannon don't care.
We ain't gonna get Skip, man. But no, go ahead. I'll let you get your question, you know, your comment.
So, I was going to touch on your recruiting process with because you went to the University of San Francisco, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how was that recruiting process?
Oh man, that's a good one. That's a really good question. So I was in Florida being recruited by schools there, and then when I left unannounced and really didn't have any, you know, hopes or ambition to go back, and then CB convinced me to give it one more try. And I'm thinking to myself, I only have one more try. So it's not like I have another try after this. So you got connected to, you know, probably one of the most influential coaches behind CB was, you know, John Tinsley in Kentucky, who to this day I love, who to this day my mom always asks if I'm checking in with him. And so I got to Kentucky, and from the day I got there, and I wanted to say when you said it earlier, but that was my senior year, and all he always said was, I wish I had you earlier.
Yeah.
He always said that. I wish I had you at least one more year, right? But he said, you know what? I only have you for 1 year. So that's one guy that pushed me beyond imaginable. I mean, I remember going in his office twice and him telling me, like, listen, I don't think you know how good you are. I need you to do more. I'm like, Coach, I just had 40. He was like, no, that's not enough if we're going to go to state. I was like, are you sure? And the assistant coach is there like, we need you to do more. I'm like, more. So that happened, and USF started recruiting me before I even started playing games, right?
Oh, wow.
And I didn't even know how, but then I found out later that the AD, who was Bill Hogan at USF, went to school with CB, right?
Wow.
So I'm like, how did USF knew I was coming? I didn't even know I was coming. So what happened was CB called Bill Hogan at USF and like, listen, I got a kid, and this is his words, not mine. I got a kid that can play a little bit. You know, was getting recruited in Florida, but it wasn't working out the way he wanted it to. And he's going to Kentucky. And I'm telling you first, because when they find out he's there, he's probably not going to get a chance. Like I said, those was his words, not mine. So I'm going through the process, doing my thing. You know, I think I was top 4 in rebound and top 5 or top 10 in scoring in the whole state. And everyone, who's this dude? Because I came out of nowhere. I was actually called the best kept secret in Kentucky. So fast forward, I'm doing well. Then we played probably the most fascinating thing that ever happened. That we played in this all-star game, East versus West. And I think the year before, the East team beat the West by 60.
Jeez.
And I was on the West team. It was like 40 or 60, but that was because the East team had all like the Louisville and Kentucky people, like they were going to those schools.
Yeah.
And the other team, East or West, I keep mixing them up, but the team that I was on, we were from like the suburbs, the country, right? And we were already supposed to lose. So we ended up winning. I got MVP, 25 and like 13 rebounds. And Cincinnati was there, And that was a year after Kenyon Martin was there. Cincinnati was there to see another dude. So I ended up getting MVP, and all of a sudden Cincinnati started recruiting me. So it came down to Cincinnati and USF. And I remember being at Cincinnati, and Jabari's at Oklahoma. You know, he already went to Final Four. So he's calling me like, man, you got to go big time. You got to go big time. I'm thinking to myself, sounds good, but they weren't recruiting me from the jump, though. Right? So I don't know how sincere this is. And they're pumping in All-Americans every year. And I felt I could play there, but the connection wasn't there. You know, I felt they just started recruiting me because I destroyed whoever they were supposed to recruit. So I ended up meeting Bill Huggins. That's when they had Steve Logan. I don't know if y'all remember him.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember Steve Logan.
Yeah.
I was a Cincy fan back then. I was a Cincy fan.
Listen, I have played against some really good players. I don't think anyone has played as well as he did in an open gym. This dude was shooting from half court in open gym. This dude was unreal. He's probably one of the best players I've ever seen play and I was on the same court. He should have had a good career in the NBA, but you know he has these off court stuff. So I'm in Huggins' office with my coach. The coach and y'all gonna love this one. The coach from USF calls me randomly, and he's like, "Hey, I got someone that wants to talk to you." So he hands the phone to my mom. I'm like, "What?" But he knew how I was a mama's boy. So I don't know how it worked out, but he found a way to fly to the Virgin Islands while I was on my cruise. One of the smartest moves ever. He took a vacation. You try to make it seem like he went, but he took a vacation. But he got to my mom's house, and my mom was like, you know, island voice. Yeah, I like this dude. He got good vibes, and plus he gonna graduate. So that's all I'm at. Because being my mom's only son, you know, that was one promise that I made to her, that I was gonna graduate from college. You know, so if you look at the discrepancy in schools, Cincinnati was the worst school in the country for graduation. Listen, I don't even know if you could do that if you tried hard. Like, how do you become the worst school? Like, how?
That's crazy.
And USF was one of the best on the West Coast, so it was a no-brainer from that standpoint. And plus, I felt that I would have played right away at USF. You know, I was supposed to be this, you know, whatever, but you know, I thought it worked out. I thought USF worked out well. And plus, I'm here. One of the best experiences. Well, yeah, that was a great question.
Let me be the first to commend you for thinking of education before basketball to make a decision to pick your school, because you went for the name. You know what I mean? Because we all see Cincinnati on TV, and I didn't even know you went USF. You know, that's how, you know, like you went with a school that was right for you when it comes to graduating. You had more a vision of seeing yourself graduating at USF versus going to Cincinnati. And you didn't even know that about Cincinnati at the time, but
no, I didn't.
But
I
was on your mind, and that's. I hope everybody heard that. You know what I mean? That you didn't pick.
That's important.
Your goal was, I want to make my mother proud.
Yeah.
Like graduated, and I gonna work here.
That's true. That's true.
It's interesting because while I was at, like I said, Jabari was telling me I got to sign big time, and he almost got me because, you know, we all grew up being a Jordan fan, and Cincinnati was sponsored by Jordan.
That's true.
Yeah.
So when I was like, nah, I'm not going, and then he's like, hey, you know they're sponsored by Jordan. That's Jordan gear forever. And I'm like, that's a good point.
You'd have been Jordan out for life. Did you go back to school and get shoes and hey coach, hook me up with a you know, you go
wherever
some gear.
It's very, I'm not gonna touch on it, but it's very ironic that we're talking about me possibly, going to a school that would have been sponsored by Jordan, because I'm as I got older and I started mentoring kids and I started raising my son, which became the most important job of my life. I started realizing that You know, although he, you know, considered one of the greatest, Jordan as a human is not someone I really respect. As I got to know him more and some of the stuff he did as a leader, you know, because being a black man, when you're on that platform, you need to be, you know. So I'm not gonna get into it. But it's
I know
very,
it. Yes.
You could get into it. You could get into it, man. That's what we up here for.
listen. They call me like I'm a huge fan of LeBron. You know, and I'm a fan of LeBron because, and it goes back to, and I appreciate you and thank you for commending me on choosing a school based on academics, but that was because my narrative was different.
Yeah.
You understand? Like my narrative, because of my mom and the people that mentored me, like the CB, was always about education and creating a better life. So while I was constantly hearing that, it became an easy decision. And that goes back to what we were talking about, Martin, about changing the narrative from an early age. So kids, when they get to that position or that platform where they have to make a decision, it becomes easy because it's already been a part of their thought process.
Yeah.
The LeBron thing, with this whole Black Lives Matter thing, when you look at what he's done, single mom, he was homeless for a certain part of his life. This dude has been in the limelight since probably middle school.
Yeah.
And can you imagine the distractions and all the stuff he had to overcome and to do what he's done and to give back as much as he's given back more than most athletes have given in their entire life. Some of them multiple lifetimes. So the reason I'm a fan of LeBron is because we need more youth want to be like him from a standpoint of team player, from a standpoint, and you can criticize him for all the other stuff all you want, but I'm looking at the grand scheme of things. How he built that school, how he shows up for his sons. Like, I mean, the dude is in season and flying to go see his son. We got dads that don't even want to see their kids. You understand? So LeBron, in my eyes, is the greatest because off the court, to me, is important as on the court because of my narrative. Because I was told from a young age that who you are off the court should outshine who you are on the court. You know, so yeah, so I get into these debates. Some people think LeBron should pay me because of how much I talk about him. You know, and don't get me wrong, I take nothing away from what Michael Jordan has done, but you know, he should have done more for us, you know, more for our community, more for people that look like him.
That's true. That's true.
The only thing that I would say to combat what you're saying is
here we go.
Honestly, don't know what Michael Jordan has done and haven't done. You know what I mean? No,
and that's the problem.
You can't.
That's the problem.
You can commend LeBron for being a more outstanding citizen and a more transparent citizen. I'm gonna use that word. And I think that's the only place that he could match.
So you're a Jordan fan?
Yeah, that's what you know.
Nobody touching Jordan on the court.
Yeah, but Pong, as a you saw the documentary, like
LeBron could become president tomorrow. That would make you the greatest to me. No, sir, because we talking about the greatest on the court.
Listen,
what he do off the court.
Listen, I'm telling you, y'all arguing with the wrong dude. I'm telling you, I am a professional LeBron debater. So I'm gonna bring stats. I'm gonna bring scenarios. I'll pull up YouTube. Like, do we really want to do this? Because I'm telling you, like,
ready, Pam? You ready?
Hey, let me show you our vibes, right?
Oh my God, let's hear this one. Oh gosh.
Let me show you our vibes.
Hold on. I gotta get another water because this gonna be long.
Hey, there is nothing anybody will say to me that can convince me LeBron James is a better player than Jordan. If you put Jordan in a LeBron James body, man, are you crazy?
Yeah, but Pong, it's arguing. We arguing apples and oranges though.
Yeah,
different type of players.
Jerome could have his greatest, and he won't be wrong.
Yeah.
Mumma could say Larry Bird is the greatest player of all time. He won't be wrong.
Well, you pick Larry Ball for me.
Here's all right. I'm telling you, I've been doing this for a while. I love how you threw Larry Bird in there. Yeah. Listen, here's the thing, right? Go ahead.
Your greatest player, you ain't wrong for having your greatest player. I can't tell you that you're wrong. You have your reasons of why he's the greatest player for you. But Jerome, there's nothing you could tell me, no stats you could throw, no nothing you could tell me.
All right, so we're not gonna go to you then. We're not gonna go. But I'm gonna ask y'all a question, and I apologize for being ignorant or naive or not knowing.
No, you good.
Do any of you have kids?
Yeah.
Yep.
We all do.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Who are you, boys? All y'all have boys?
Yeah, I got a boy and a girl.
Okay.
2 boys and a
I'm
girl.
Who said Jerome believe in LeBron? Listen, you raising your
Oh,
kids.
that's LeBron. Sorrow.
Yeah, so he doesn't know. So we raising our kids, right? And you coaching your kid. Who are you telling him to play like? LeBron or Michael?
None.
Pang. Oh, what?
None. I tell
None.
him to pick himself.
I'm talking
No.
about. Okay, see now.
Yeah.
You
Pang
know what
slick.
I'm asking. You two
Yeah, Pang
smart to
slick.
not know what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking. And
I'm being political. That's the political answer part.
Yeah.
Just by you saying that proves my point. Because if it was Jordan, you would have automatically say Jordan.
Yeah.
But that's my take.
Listen,
So Mountain, you heard me say
LeBron is a great player. He's a great player. LeBron is a let me put it this way.
I should have never brought this up.
The only thing that I think LeBron to make all the right plays. I will never say that passes making them or whatever the case may be, they're the right pass. But
People didn't even like being around Jordan. Like his teammates didn't even like being around.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Mumba.
So you got to shoot that ball.
Hey, fine. This your show, but I want to ask one favor. Mumba, who you teaching your kids to play, your son to play like?
LeBron James, easy. I ain't even said got to think twice. Honestly.
Mountain.
LeBron. The thing is, Jerome, let me put it this way. So when my son first started playing basketball, he was like, he about six years old, 6, and my wife used to get vexed with me because my plan for him is to get his mindset we're gonna shoot the ball. So like early in his career, like Michael Jordan. But then as he started developing LeBron James, the only reason I wanted him to shoot the ball like every chance he got it at 5 or 6 is because I wanted him to like work out that fear of shooting the ball. Because like kids at that age, they scared to shoot the ball. So I wanted him to shoot the ball as much as possible. But then when he got older, of course LeBron would be the player.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
The reason why a lot of kids, and we'll go back and forth about this, and that was my reason for being nervous when I was at the Ghettos League, is I didn't put in enough work. You understand? When you put in enough repetitions and work in a game of basketball, you build that confidence, right? Yeah. But back to the LeBron.
Before you start talking, Jerome, I don't give you a mindset that I have that gonna help your case with LeBron, right? Let's go back to the thing that I talk about evolution. Yeah, they're gonna always be a player after you that gonna honestly be better than you.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Yeah,
I think LeBron has taken everything that Michael Jordan had and took it to another level. Can you agree with that? Like,
I disagree on that one.
I won't agree. I won't agree with that.
I disagree with that.
So at the end of the day, LeBron stats gonna be better than Jordan's own on every level. Like LeBron is a better passer. Not saying that Jordan couldn't pass. Overall, LeBron is a
better player.
He's a complete,
That's what you're saying.
He's overall a complete player. A complete. He's like everything that you need in one. I'm not gonna take that away from him.
So he's a better player.
Okay, but you will never get those words out of my mouth.
Here's how I start off. This is how I start off any debate with any Michael Jordan fan, because there's a lot of them on my Facebook page, and I go at all of them. Right? Say Michael Jordan is better than LeBron without saying 6 rings.
No, I don't even get in the ring argument. The man, when I watch Jordan play, ain't nothing else going on out there. You know? Like nothing. I don't care. A train could be coming at me and I wouldn't see it.
Yeah, I respect that. Name
I don't
Name
get up to
name
watch
the
LeBron play.
name the top 5 shooting guards that defended Michael. I'm telling you, I'm breaking down. When you look at the league and how, like, yeah, name the 5 defensive stoppers, like the Kawhis, the
I'm telling you, evolution working in your favor.
All right, let's get off that because I would rather not waste time congregating with brethrens talking about
Yeah, I
Michael.
mean, look, it's goats at different times. Like I think it's a goat for every time period.
Yeah,
Like I think,
I'll agree. I'll agree.
like it's.
But my issue. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just saying, like, I think it's a goat for every time period. Like Michael Jordan was dominant for his time period. We seen LeBron. We saw Kobe for 10 years. Like we saw different goats. So like I think it's multiple goats. I think sometimes it's unfair for the players to like really rank them because we won't rank Shaq and Jordan in the same category, right? Because Shaq was a center, Jordan's a shooting guard. The same reason we shouldn't be comparing Jordan and LeBron. They're 2 different type of players. Like Jordan is a shoot first player, LeBron is a pass first type of player.
So that's why I said if Jerome said LeBron is the best player, he's not ranked. If Mumba said Larry Bird is the best player, he's not ranked. Like,
well, you keep saying Larry Bird with my name, you know this guy.
I think you secretly told him Larry Bird was your player.
Mumba's a Penny fan, right? Penny. Yeah.
Penny and Kobe.
Yeah. Kobe and Penny. But no, seriously, that's why like everybody allowed to have their greatest player, and they won't be. You know what I mean? And notice, right? You can't really compare them. And I think LeBron, at the end of the day, he's the most complete player that we have ever seen in our life. Yeah. I don't have nothing against LeBron. I'm just a Michael Jordan fan, and nothing to change that.
I feel, and we'll touch on this a little bit more. But when I look at in the grand scheme of things and look how LeBron has impacted every team, you know, I played with Kobe Bryant's cousin, and we used to get into debates. I mean, honestly, if Kobe had a little bit better leadership his first couple of years, Kobe could have easily been the greatest of all time. You know, if he and who's to say it would have worked? But if they could have worked, him and Shaq could have worked out for 1 or 2 more years and win 2 more championships, right? And because you have to understand, Kobe was so driven, and this is rest in peace. You know, because I was a huge fan of Kobe and how he showed up and his work ethic. I have great stories that I tell the students at the academy. But if you looked at the 2 years when he was losing and he asked for a trade, right? And then he got Paul Gasol and you started seeing Kobe evolve, right? He started embracing his team and he started like cheering and pumping his feet and doing all the stuff that he never really did with his teammates. I remember a reporter asking, why are you doing this? Right? He said, because my teammates, right, like it. That wasn't him. And I felt if Kobe could have embraced that type of mindset and become a better leader, because that's what we say we hang our hats at Empower Me Academy. We're not developing the best players because there's only one best player on every team. But it could be multiple leaders on a team. And I always tell people that's one of the main reasons the Warriors were so good for all these years. As talented as they are, they got a lot of leaders on that team that take ownership for stuff. So for me, you know, that's the difference between Kobe being the greatest, because he had everything he needed to be the greatest. But people didn't like playing with him. And I always tell people, I believe, and I didn't know him personally as a lot of people did, but just knowing and how following him, how everyone did, I think he was doing such a great job of being like the closest thing to Michael that it almost embodied him, because it's nothing. No one could have came closer to Michael than Kobe. But when he retired, right? When he retired, we started seeing the real Kobe. We didn't see the Kobe that was trying to catch Michael or be better than Michael. We saw the real Kobe, right? The Kobe that showed up for his daughter, right? The Kobe that showed up for these girls that he was like one of the greatest of all time was coaching a female AAU team. You know what I'm saying? Then he built this huge complex for the youth. That's the Kobe. If that was Kobe from the moment he got into the NBA, I'll tell y'all right now, Kobe's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, that's my choice. That's my choice.
That's true. That's facts.
I wouldn't call him the greatest of all time, because for me, and like I said, we all have different narratives. But I believe when you're the greatest of all time, you got to lift everyone up around you, regardless of who they are and regardless of their skill set. And I think LeBron has always done. Criticize him however you want. Some of y'all only remember his first team he took to the finals. We don't even know their names, and I think that takes great leadership.
I know the name, and I don't gain arguments on LeBron's behalf for that. He's a great player. I ain't gonna take that from him.
So, but I'm gonna agree with all of you, and this is probably the most civilized LeBron Jordan debate I've ever had. So again, y'all are doing an amazing job, because I'm telling you, things be flying and things like someone would have already unplugged if this was someone else. But I agree. I think they're all greats in their own capacity, and they all impacted the game and really just left a great, opportunity for the younger generation to be better. So yeah, there's a lot of greats. So this is a good point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I'm gonna get to these two questions we have here. I forget the person who asked this earlier. I think the last name was Milligan. Are you related to Robert Gumbs?
I always tell people that someone saw me earlier today and asked me if I was related to a Gumbs in the East Bay. And I'm gonna tell them what I tell everyone from what I've learned growing up. Every Gumbs is related. Every Gumbs, because you don't hear that last name often. You don't see it many places. Yeah. So to answer the question, yeah, we're related. We're related. And if we're not related, we are related still. So yeah. Yes.
And you said where you're from. I know Mumba asked where your mother from. Where your father from?
Anguilla.
Anguilla, yeah.
Anguilla. That's where the Gumbs from. Yeah.
He did say that.
And
then we have a question from Lavran Saro. Were you glad that you left home to pursue the game?
He had to ask that question, right? Honestly, no. And that one kind of hit hard because when you leave home, you leave your family. You leave your nieces and nephews. I have a lot of nieces and nephews, and some of them, I wish I was around, because here I am empowering and mentoring hundreds and hundreds of kids. And I've been away from home so long, I haven't even been able to really mentor my own family. And so it's no, I would do it again, but it's still, it's tough thinking that I've missed out on growing up with my family. It's been one of the most difficult things to really come to grips with. But on the flip side of that, that's what really has driven me. Like, I left my family for all this. I can't come home empty-handed. I can't fail. There's no failure, because I gave up my family, I gave up my home, I gave up my friends. That's a great question. So, not really. I'm not happy. I wish I could have done all that I'm doing right now and still be at home and have done it at home. But the Virgin Islands and most Caribbean islands, our resources are scarce sometimes, and the culture. There's a lot of hate in those places, and I'm not really a fan of hate. I choose to live with love and love only.
Facts.
That's
yeah. I mean, Jerome, you look at like at the end of the day, you had to. It was tough. I was faced with the same similar situation, but the good part about it is that the story ain't over yet. Like you still have your time to come home. You still have your redemption to come home and provide an impact on the island.
That's true.
That's the ultimate dream, to cultivate an army of support in the States, because the goal is to put the academy in different places. But one of the main ones is back home. Because I think we all agree, we got beautiful people on that island. I mean, look, we got 4 right here.
The island need one. They need our academy, definitely.
Yeah,
that'd be huge.
Yeah,
we're working on it slowly, but we're working on it. And I would love. The most important thing is to have people like us that have been through it be a part of it. I'm not one to think. That's another reason I love a LeBron. I keep messing with up. But I've always been a team player. As much as you all kind of echoed how great I was as a scorer, but I always loved seeing other people do well. And it was always to a point where some of my coaches used to get on me to shoot more, but I connected with LeBron because how he celebrated other people's success. And for me, if I come home, I want everyone that I know have the right mindset to help these kids to be a part of it. It's not me or my team coming home it's us cultivating the right environment and getting the right people involved because our kids need us to show up better because it hasn't been working.
Good, man. Like, as much as I advocate for Jordan, like I always love to see my teammates do good too. Like I never really I was just never the type of player to want to hug the spot, like, you know what I mean? Like so he, like, when I always talk about John, he's just my favorite player. That's it. You know? And nothing could sway that. You know what I mean? I want to bring it back a little bit. Tell us about when you finally touched down to USF. Like, tell us how you adjusted, like your transition. Like, tell us how you adjusted to going to school there.
Y'all asking, like, y'all said y'all had no questions written down, but y'all asking all the good ones. To go back on the Michael Jordan thing, Michael Jordan was my guy at one point, so I get it. You understand? So it's no hard feelings. I respect it because I was one of the people that idolized Michael. But it's only after I started mentoring my son and building an academy, I started realizing that I had to change my reasoning for liking him. And if it wasn't a LeBron, I probably would be more of a Kobe. So it's all love. So I just wanted to end on that note. When I got to USF, a lot of stuff happened. One of my best friends died, got murdered. And this is a guy I grew up with. This is a guy that really showed me the difference in pathways, because if it wasn't for basketball, I probably would have been in the same things. That's when I found out I was a dad. I was supposed to be like freshman of the year in the whole conference. Like, I had all these expectations, and I'm in a brand new city, brand new state. And it was a lot. It was a lot for someone like myself to endure. And, looking back on it is what really helped shape me. But it was a beautiful thing because, it was the hardest basketball I ever played. I remember the coach telling me, Jerome, I kiss your butt to get you here. Now I'm going to kick your butt. And he wasn't joking. Some people call my coach at USF, the Black Bob Knight. And he was like, no, it's not even like, he might have been worse, and he was tough. And even to this day, he would tell me, the reason why he was tough on me, because when he went home, just like when I took my son home, and when we take people from the States home, they get a better understanding of why we're built the way we're built.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he went home and saw my family and went to the house and kind of probably heard stories from my mom, because she liked sharing stories, how she used to whoop my butt all the time. But he said that I treated you that way because I knew you could handle it. And I had no family here, and out of all the freshmen that went to school, it was 4 of us. I was the only one that graduated from USF. I'm the only one that stayed. And people left for their own reasons. But I felt that, having withstood, his level of coaching allowed me to persevere and become a better human and just stronger in the mindset. So it did well. Freshman year, I played. Sophomore year, I played, and then I redshirted because of my back. Playing on that concrete floor in Florida, and I actually, how I hurt my back, I went up for a dunk. I'm pretty sure I dunked on someone, but I'm not going to say that. But I dunked, and I fell on my back. And, growing up on the islands, if you're not bleeding, you're not hurt. So I never really got it looked at or checked out. I just played almost the remaining season with, a hurt back or hip. And by the time I got to Kentucky, played through it. And when I got to USF, you can imagine the different level of training. I mean, you're practicing 3 hours a day, weights, 45 minutes to an hour. You're playing against other Division I players. Some of the players are 2-3 years older than you. So my body couldn't handle it. So my coach redshirted me.
That's a one thing I like about basketball. like everybody don't have the time. Like when you are the fresh as a freshman coming in, think about it. When you play a team, the star player in the next team is probably a senior, a junior, a sophomore, got more experience, and you have to adjust to that.
It's
Like
true.
it is hard, but like when you like you said, coming from where we came from, like this is walking in our backyard to us.
Yeah.
Hey,
We
y'all
got a
look
lot.
good. Y'all look good. Y'all saying the right things. Quick question for you spark an idea. What is the which is the biggest jump in basketball? From what level to what level? The hardest jump. Mountain,
Man,
what do you think is the hardest level? From middle school to high school or from grade school or like what is the biggest jump?
I think the biggest jump to me, I think, is high school to college.
Okay, I'm gonna let you Mumba.
I said the same thing. High school to college.
and I agree with that.
Yep. And that's facts.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
facts. You just said it, Pong, because when you play in high school, you play against one or two, maybe three Division One players, same age. But when you get on that campus, now
Yeah.
you play against all college athletes, and like you alluded to, some of them are juniors and seniors, and that are waiting to kick your butt because when they were freshmen,
Yep.
someone kicked their butt.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
So
to
yeah,
mention, you got to
True.
think a 17-year-old coming in or 18-year-old coming in from to their freshman year in college compared to a 21-year-old. That it's a big difference. Like
oh, man.
your body's more developed. You got to think like coming out of high school, you're probably lifting weights, but you're not really lifting weights. When you
No,
get in
not yeah.
college is different.
No,
It's completely different.
That's
facts.
true.
Yeah.
Hey, Monte, you it getting dark up there now. You might want to turn on the light because soon we ain't gonna be able to
Yeah.
see.
You look.
Hey, Pong, but where you at?
Oh
I ain't
man.
Florida.
Okay, got it.
Duval.
Hey, you know how to.
And
Hey, Punk, don't start the dark jokes. Like
You gonna disappear soon.
use the only red man on the cars or something for real. Don't get jump on.
You gonna disappear soon. You got to
oh man, hey,
The only
now
yellow man on the car talking.
listen. Now y'all know the reason why I agreed to it being at 3 o'clock and not at 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's true.
It had to be in the afternoon. Yeah, it can't be
Hey,
night. Yeah.
And I got two viewer questions I like to get to, before we move on real quick. Going back to high school real quick. What was the different style of play? Was there any type of different style of play between playing high school ball in Florida and playing high school ball in Kentucky?
Well, I think in Kentucky because we were so talented, we just relied on our talent. Our best games were in practice. I mean, like I said, we had all the top Division One schools, Michigan State, Florida, Kentucky, coaches watching us practice. So but in Kentucky, although the talent, especially in the league I was in, although the talent, I always tell people, if I ever coach, I have to take a team to Kentucky because the luck when you hear about basketball passion, it's not too many places like Kentucky. I'm talking about I'm going through the cash register, buying Twix or whatever it is I used to eat back then. And the clerk is like, well, Jerome, you should have ran that screen and down screen there. And I'm like, man, does everybody know basketball? And so the level of IQ in a place like Kentucky, I haven't seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Their execution, their plays. I mean, in high school, my gym was as big as USF, and it was packed every single game.
Wow.
In a high school game, 4,000 to 5,000 game.
What was the name of the high school?
Crazy.
It was called Barron County. It was like
Because
40. Go ahead.
what's crazy is that I went to high school in Florida with Lockhart, and like I was actually gonna go to a high school in Kentucky too.
Might
I
have
can't
been
remember it might have been because you know what, it probably is the same because I think I think CD was trying to hook me up with the same coach. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
Oh, man.
It's wild.
You would have loved him.
That's
You
wild.
would've loved him. Yeah, this dude, We're like 40 minutes away from Bowling Green. And a funny story about the All-Star experience. First of all, get to your second question. If you want to get to your second question.
Second one is along your path, did you ever doubt about if you ever doubt yourself or your abilities?
I've done a lot of interviews and not a lot, but I've done a few interviews with some news people and stuff, and just people in general. And it reverts back to why I started the company and call it Empower Me. Because the only time I ever doubted myself, it was connected to a coach, right? It was always because, as you know, like we've all agreed, when you grow up on a rock, you have to have this level of confidence to not only just walk around and be yourself and survive, but to play basketball at a high level. So when you leave in the rock or wherever you're coming from, St. Croix, you have this, we have this confidence about us that is almost, it's just oozing out of us. And the only time I would lose confidence is when a coach would either belittle me or treat me like, I wasn't good enough. So yeah, I had many doubts. My Florida experience, my senior year at USF. This was after having a really good junior year and doing all the stuff that I did. And in my senior year after, in college, I quit basketball for a couple of weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Boy.
The coach, here, like I said, I was a freshman at USF. I played a little bit. By the time I was a sophomore, I was one of the captains and one of the leaders. And then sophomore year, I redshirt. Junior year, I had probably my best year ever. We beat Gonzaga that year. Got like Player of the Week. I was on, Sports Center.
Yeah, I remember that.
A lot of great stuff. So it's only right that I'm thinking my junior year, because I was the third leading scorer. Kobe Bryant cousin was John Cox, was the number one scorer. He was like leading the country in scoring, the top 5 in scoring. Then we had another.
He was on your team?
Yeah, he played for Venezuela. Yeah, John Cox was on my team. And then Tyrone Riley, who was like the best JUCO player coming out of California. And the crazy thing is, this dude was a walking double. This dude got shot, I think, in his legs or something. Took away his athleticism. And the dude was still a monster. That's one of the craziest things. He was from Watts.
Wow.
One of the roughest places. And this dude had the biggest heart. And to this day, I was talking to him the other day on Facebook. So those two were the seniors. And I was like the third option. I had a decent season. So you're only thinking like as a senior, I'm a transition into that role.
Yeah.
So the coach, that was his first year, my junior year. We went to the NIT, should have went to the tournament, but we lost to St. Mary's twice, so they went to the tournament. But we were still happy. And so that was the first year that coach did. So by my senior year, that was the coach's second year. And he had recruited a player from Florida who was really good. His name was Armando Surratt. I think he was one of the top 5 point guards in the country in high school. So when he became eligible, looking back, the coach brought him, and that was his recruit. It's only right for the coach to feature him. So I almost got stripped of my leadership role, and then it kind of caused a fracture in the team because a lot of my teammates wanted to follow me, and others wanted to follow him. So it was a lot.
Oh, wow.
So I went from starting, I went from being like, preseason, whatever they put out, to I wasn't even starting. I was barely playing.
Wow.
So you could imagine the mental state that I was in. Listen to the story. I went from being on the islands and working so hard to be, considered one of the best scorers to leave St. Thomas to a point where the year that's supposed to propel me into whatever professional career I'm supposed to go in was limited. It was actually my worst basketball career of my life.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, I to this day, if it wasn't for the CBs, the guy who became my agent, I was dating someone at the time. If it wasn't for those people around, I don't know if I would have. I don't know if I would have survived. And I was a very confident and resilient person. Go ahead.
What was the reason of the coach change?
Oh, he was. Oh, you mean
The coach that recruited you, like, where did he go?
the Black Bob Knight? I mean, that says it. It says it right there.
Okay. He got black.
Nah, I think what happened because and let me don't get this misconstrued or misunderstood. Like off the court, one of the best humans you'll ever meet. Like off the court, I used to babysit his kids. That's why I was kind of like confused because I'll be at his house. His wife will cook up a nice steak dinner. I'll be babysitting the kids. We'll be chopping it up. He'd be laughing. But once he we were playing Gonzaga one time. And I think I forgot to box out Adam Morrison. This dude calls a timeout and weaving through everyone. Where's this little? And the whole timeout was just to yell at me. Whole timeout. And I'm not even gonna repeat some of the stuff he said. You know, and so I think people just got tired of it. You know, I think people got tired of it because, you know, he did go to the tournament in '98 and to the draft will respect him. I just think people found it hard for people to play for him because he was tough. He came from JUCO. So he had that junior college type of mindset, tough. I mean, if anything we learned from him is how to be tough, mentally tough. Because practices were hard. Practices were hard. But off the court, one of the best humans I know.
Yeah. So what made you like get that passion back for the game? Because I know you said like, you know, you pretty much had quit. It's like what made you get back into the game? Like what changed that mindset?
I was dating someone and we were living together. I remember playing. No, let's go back. One of the games I was playing in LA, and my roommate at the time knew someone that was an agent, and he wasn't representing me, but my roommate called him to come check out one of the games just to see if what I was going through was actually, if I should accept it. Like, was I playing games with myself thinking I was good enough to be playing more or even starting or whatever the case may be. So he came, we were playing that with me, I'm laying up, I'm doing my thing in the layup line, getting loose. And I didn't even play to think about it. And he was in the stands. My roommate's mom was in the stands because they were from LA. She comes during the game. I have my warm-ups done. She comes around on the bench in the middle of the game and hugs me and said, just hang in there. You're going to be all right. Hang in there.
Wow.
And after the game, the agent, Rob Wilson, to this day, love him to death, came up to me and said, hang in there. You're going to play pro. I got you. So still went through all the stuff that I went through. Got to the last game of the season. And we were playing Gonzaga, which was ranked 5th in the country. It's actually on YouTube. We have the highlights on YouTube. And I remember saying, it's my last game. I don't really care. I'm just going to go out, just play hard. If I play, if I don't, cheer the team on, just be supportive. So apparently the coaches advocated for me to play. I ended up starting. We almost beat Gonzaga. But the irony of the whole thing is when we were up 1, Adam Morrison is going to shoot his shot. I knew that he liked going right. And if he went left, more of the times he's going for a layup because I studied like 20 film on him. So I'm forcing him left. The guy who the coach stripped me of my leadership for, my captain position for, left his guy who hit like 6 threes already in the game, comes around to double when he didn't have to. Adam Morrison, who's 6'8", passes it to him. He hits the 3, beats us. End of my career. Like it was supposed to happen like that. So all that happened. I'm playing video games at my ex house. My agent, who said I was going to play pro, calls me and said, just give me a couple of weeks. If I don't find you a job, you can do whatever you want. I said, all right. So I'm playing Madden every day, trying to keep my mind off sports. Still working out because I wanted to stay in shape. He calls me. I went to Argentina. One of the best experiences of my life. Ended up leading the country and scoring in the league I was at, and the rest was history.
I used to love hearing your stories over there, but I don't want to get to your professional career. Tell me about your matches against Adam Morrison, because at that time he was the golden boy of college at that time. Talk about playing against him.
Well, I knew he respected me because I think I had established myself as one of the best defenders in the conference. And I actually learned that from playing for the Bob Knight coach, Philip Matthews. So that's one thing he knew how to teach was defense. And Adam Morrison, even Mark Few have, when we would be shaking hands at the end of the games, would say, I really admire how hard you play and how smart you play. And what people didn't know is that I used to watch countless film. I used to watch at least 2 or 3 film of the person I'm guarding every day. And sometimes it weren't the same film because I needed to know what your habits were. And I needed to take those away.
That's true.
And then I need to know where you were vulnerable on defense if you were guarding me. But most of the time, the best players didn't guard me. So it was fun because you knew he was going to shoot the ball 20 to 25 times. And you had to be prepared for that because if he got hot, you were in trouble. So I always tell people the best defense is prevention. So I used to try to prevent him from getting the ball. But he always had a good team, though. His teams were so good. I mean, he had Turioff. He had Blake Stepp. I mean, he had a really good team and a really good coach. Really good coach. Yeah, it was unfortunate about his professional career.
He disappeared quick.
Yeah, he did.
I think, and I'm not trying to come to his rescue because I played against him, but Michael Jordan. No, I'm just kidding. He went to the wrong team.
Yeah, he went to the Bobcats.
He went to the
Bobcats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
he went to the wrong team.
Ain't no question. It's hard to play for Michael. You gotta be a dad to play.
No. I was being funny. That's what I'm saying is Adam Morrison. It was more of a system type of player, right? And what I mean by that, he wasn't a player I feel that you could just hand him the keys and he'll take a franchise to the next level. I think if you had put him if he was on the Warriors, like when the Warriors were clicking, oh yeah.
Yeah, the Warriors.
That's his strengths, yeah.
Boston.
Yeah.
Even the Nuggets. He'd play very good. Those places I got coached that run like a true system. Oh, Miami. He'd have been good at Miami.
Yeah.
That's
true.
Exactly. So just like anyone, just like us, you play for the right coach and the right system, you'll excel. You play for the wrong coach with the wrong team or the wrong system, and you'll look like you can't play. And that's why, a lot of players in the NBA or even in college choose their places based on the fit, if it's the right fit.
Did y'all play like UCLA and US? Is it USC?
USC. Yeah.
The top schools I played for my entire career, USF was top teams were obviously Gonzaga. We played Xavier when they had David West. We played Seton Hall when they had Eddie Griffin. Griffin.
Griffin, I know.
Griffin. I think he died, unfortunately. We played Fresno State when they had Melvin Ely. He was on the Celtics for a minute.
St. Mary's.
Go ahead.
St. Mary's. Played
St. Mary's, yeah. St. Mary's, they had squad. They're pretty good. Who else? Before I got there, they had played Maryland when they had won the national championship before I got to USF. Who else we played?
Yeah.
Oh, how can I forget? We played Jameer Nelson and Delonte West when they were number 1 in the country.
St. Joseph?
Man, they had squad. Yeah, those two.
Yeah, they would have had a good team that year.
Yeah, those two were probably the best players. Like I don't say this to too many people. They were actually two of the only players I caught myself on the bench, like watching them in awe. Like these dudes are real. Because we've all played against pros, but these two, you knew why they were number one in the country, and they were undefeated until the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything was so easy, and I hated it. I'm out there sliding my feet and looking, let me get in front of her, like just chilling.
Delonte West was a tough guy, B.
Yeah.
I hate how his career turned out, but he had mental issues that he was battling. He had issues that he was really like true life issues that he was battling. And that's what really turned his career. But that dude was a player, man.
Oh man.
I love his game.
Yeah, he was.
Because
He was a player. He was nice.
Love his game.
Solid player.
That's a good point. And I don't blame him. I blame people that were in his life at an early age that knew he had issues and didn't really focus on it.
Yep.
Because, as men, mental health is not something we like to talk about because we're supposed to be mentally strong. And at the end of the day, you don't lift weights or strengthen your brain. The only way you strengthen it by reading and doing all these mindfulness. But if you got mental health issue, and I'm not the expert, but I think that needs to be checked out by someone that knows how to deal with it. Because that could have been prevented. So a lot of people drop the ball in his case.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
When you get, I wouldn't know, but just looking at other people's stories and listening to other people's stories, I think some of these young athletes, they have too many yes men in their corner. Nobody that will tell them no or sit
Like
them
correct
down.
them.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts. Yeah, that's real talk.
But like you mentioned it, the mental health thing is like it's a serious problem right now, man. Like, and as you hit on it, as men sometimes like it's tough for us to even go to the doctor, So like for the mental issues, like trust me, we're not even gonna address those. But like I do want to touch on something that's very, it's a big movement going right now with the Black Lives Matters. And I know I had experience. I never got to speak to y'all about it, but I know I had experience around being stereotyped. And of course being pulled over by cops and just harassed. Have you ever been through anything like that with cops or just in general, just in the States, yeah.
And you've been to one of the most racist states in high school when you play ball.
Kentucky.
That's a very interesting perspective, and you're right. But as you know, it's like growing up in the hood. When you're a hooper, you get a pass. I got treated different than people that didn't play sports, and I didn't really tolerate it. I became friends with those people, and I'm like, hey, these are my boys. They're in my circle. You're gonna have to treat them the same. Not because I'm some hooper. You're just gonna treat me like I'm better than them. We're the same. But back to your question, and I mentioned this on my Facebook when I talked about the real reason, the real hidden agenda to why I do what I do in the city that I do, my empowerment. And I'll answer that after I answer the first part of your question. But I did get pulled over, and I drive a decent car, and I tint it out. And a lot of people think I tint it out because it looks good, black on black or whatever. But when I first started tinting my car, I tinted out because I didn't want to be profiled. I didn't want people to see me because you know how it is being a black man. You get pulled over for no reason.
Yeah.
And so this whole time I'm driving around with a tinted car, I'm thinking I'm safe. Just last year, it's probably a year ago. And I got this new car. I didn't get used to it. So I kind of sped off and didn't even see a cop next to me because, I wasn't paying attention. So the cop is racing up behind me with his sirens on. And I'm thinking, oh, he can't see me. I'm good. It's not me. He's coming after. And then it got louder and he was like, pull over. I'm like, wow, I'm getting pulled over. So I get pulled over on USF campus. A place where I live 5 minutes away. I can literally see USF from where I'm at right now. So I'm feeling safe. My window is tinted, remember. So he comes out with his flashlight because he knows he can't see him. So he's trying to pierce the window, but he can't. So he's like, turn the window down. So I turn the window down and immediately put my hands on the wheel. And I'm looking at him through the rear view mirror. And before he said turn the window down, I saw him checking out the car. So when the window go down, he went for his holster. It wasn't even He didn't even think about it. As soon as the window go down and he saw my skin color, he went for the holster. So now I went from feeling safe and at home to I'm feeling vulnerable. Now I'm like,
what's gonna happen here?
yeah.
Yeah.
So he comes up, still checking out the car. Guess what's the first thing what should a cop ask you after they pull you over? What's the first thing they should ask you?
Either they ask, do you know why pulling you over, or ask for
Yep.
your license registration.
Yeah.
Perfect. Guess what he asked me?
Is this your car?
Yep. And that look you're giving me is the exact look I gave him. I said, if you know how hard I worked for this car, you wouldn't even ask me that question. You would ask me why I only have this car. Right? And me being the person that I am and teaching people to, you know, to observe the situation you're in, I didn't get mad. I got a little irritated, but I knew this is what we're going to continue to battle for the rest of our lives. So what I did, I said, yes, officer, this is my car. I had the license and registration, but to his credit, I could tell he didn't mean to do it. And that's what we talk about, our little own biases. We all have biases and stereotypes that we have that we need to check sometimes. I could tell he was backtracking in his head. I could tell he felt really bad. But I didn't give him any reason to get even more frustrated. I was really compliant, and then I answered his questions. And then he was like, I'm going to give you a pass. Slow down. And I think that was his way of making up for what he did, because I don't know if y'all saw when we blindside. That was something he didn't expect to do. I think he just did it without even thinking, because of his, you know, stereotypes and his way of his viewpoints of what a black guy should be driving.
Yeah.
You know, because we're all programmed, and he's been programmed.
That's
you know,
true.
so when the Black Lives Matter hit, I've been able to talk about something that's been on my mind from the time I started Empower Me Academy. I'm a black man in one of the most expensive cities, mentoring the future of this city. And San Francisco, or the Bay Area in general, is the hub of the world. And what I mean by that, Facebook is in this area close by.
Yeah.
Google, Snapchat, Uber, Lyft, Twitter, Salesforce. I mean, every tech company is near here, most of them.
Yep.
And if I can continue to mentor these kids with love and respect, and when they grow up and they start running the world, and their paradigms of a black man falls on how I treated them, that is the most important thing for me. It's not whether or not they get to the NBA. It's not whether or not they become the next Barack Obama. It's the fact that when they meet another black person, the first thing they think about is their black mentor who's kind, who believed in them, who pushed them. So they might give that black person they don't know the benefit of the doubt because of our interactions.
That's big. That's huge.
True. Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Go ahead.
Just the stories like that is just insane, and like, you know, just me coming from St. Croix, and like, look, we didn't see that, you know, like
Nope.
And it happened my first year moving to the States in Florida, like walking home from the store. I left home, the store is like right behind the subdivision, and I walked to the store. I went and got some snacks, and I'm leaving the store, walking back in the sidewalk. Like, my house is like literally behind the fence where I got stopped, and I'm walking up ahead. I can see a police trooper coming ahead. Like, they're driving. He's coming towards me on the opposite side of the road. So he drives across the opposite side onto like incoming traffic, hops on top of the curb where I'm walking, and there's two white cops. They jump out with their guns out. I'm talking about like their guns out, pointing at me. Like, I'm walking, so like they had their guns out, they're like, stop, freeze. So I turn around, like, I thought it was somebody else, because there's no way they were pointing their guns at me, telling me to freeze. Because I just leave the store. I didn't steal anything. I bought these snacks, and they were like, freeze, don't move. So I looked around, and they were like, nah, we talking to you. Wow. And they told me to walk slowly to the car, with my hands behind my head. I got to the car. One cop, like, he didn't waste no time. He slammed me on the ground, chest on the ground. Hot Florida. Look, it's in Florida, so it's hot. I'm on the cement, burning up hot. They asking me questions. Do you live here? Where you coming from? Did you steal anything from the store you coming from? Like, they were just drilling me. And I'm like, look, I said, officer, I live right here behind this fence right here, this concrete fence right here. I can hop it and get to my house. And he was like, what's your name? And like, he was like, man, you know what? Why they were, you know what? Why they were questioning me? A call came over the radio and they were like, yeah, we found the suspect. And then
Whoa.
he was like, man, I'm so sorry. It looks like we got the wrong person, but you fit the description. And like I'm saying to myself, like, what's the description? And like as I get older, like every time I play back that story, it came, you know, the description is my skin color. It's not my height, it's not my hairstyle, it's not the clothes that I have on, it's just my skin color. And it's real, man. It's real. And I had to like, you know, I had to share that same story with my son. He's 11 now. Like that's tough. And just to get the feedback from him, and he was, you know, just to see what he's saying as an 11-year-old, that surprised me because in his mind, he can see it. Of course, social media, the media, you know, they see stuff. Kids see, trust me, you might not think kids see things, but they see everything. And I'm just talking to him about some of the stuff that's been recently happening. You know, when he told me, because I was like, what you think about everything? He was, I don't think it's fair. And I was, what you mean? He was like, as black people, we don't have a shield. And I was like, what you mean? He said, white people, they have a shield, and the shield that they have is the cops.
Mm-hmm.
And for us, we don't have that shield. And when he told me that, I was, look, I had to like really like man up because I feel myself breaking down. Like I was breaking, I almost came out. But you know, I had to, you know, steer the conversation the right way. But it's tough, man. Like living up here in Babylon is different, man. And it shouldn't be as a black man. If you see a cop, like your heart should skip a beat. Every time I see a cop drive by, I shouldn't have to look at my rearview mirror every time he passes. But it shouldn't have to be like that, you know. But it's real, man. I look, and I hate to have to bring it up, but it's a crazy topic right now, and it's real. It's reality. That's the world we live in right now. But it's gonna take a lot for the narrative to change.
Like I said, you know, going back to what you know, first of all, you know, I feel sorry for what you had to go through because any later, right, that thing came over the radio.
There's no telling.
You're probably not here.
Yeah, and just think if they had their guns drawn. So like what, like a typical 16-year-old teenager probably would have just take off running. Like I didn't even like you're pointing a gun in my face. Like
you're from the Rock. I mean,
yeah,
from Rock. You're from
St. Croix.
The VI. The VI.
Yeah, a gun drawn to you, like you're gonna take off. Like if I took off, they would have shot me in the back easily.
Easily. No hesitation.
Let me ask you a question, Mountain. Like when it's all going on, your adrenaline going, you really got time to think. Like how you felt by the time you got home. Like how you feel.
I felt like I was taken advantage of, man. Like for real. Like it's like I feel like they took something away from me. Like to this day, just feel like they took something away from me because it was just a bad feel. It was a bad experience. But at the end of the day, like I went through that experience. You know, it was for a reason. But it did help me out. You know, it's sad that really did have to happen. I'm 16 years old, and you know, you jump a curb aggressively with your trooper car, like with a gun drawn on a 16-year-old who has a plastic bag with snacks and a drink in his hand. Like, come on, man. That's unnecessary.
It's crazy.
That's unnecessary.
I love that you brought up the fact, you know, your son. More power to him because that sounds like the next, you know, Nelson Mandela, whatever it is. But that's powerful.
Yeah, what you said was powerful indeed, man.
No, that's one of the most powerful things because the cops, until recently, have been weaponized. Yeah. You know, we've seen all the things in the news when the woman in New York called the cops and started acting as if, you know, she was about to get murdered. And think about it. We were watching the video and seeing it happen in real time. Imagine you're the one taking the call. Think about how real she sounded. And that has been happening for years. So and I'm telling you, y'all can praise Steve Jobs for whatever you want to praise him for. But I praise Steve Jobs for saving a lot of our lives because those iPhones have become one of the best things to ever happen to us. You know, because it's created, you know, kind of like, you know, we're more surveillance to prevent a lot of stuff that happened. But back to, you know, to speaking about our kids, and, you know, I would love to touch on my son because, you know, he's been the most important person in my life from the time I got involved. But when he was living with his mom in Illinois in a very Caucasian type of place, I couldn't imagine what he was going through. And I didn't realize what he was going through until he started visiting. And here, listen, me and my son we've never talked up to this point about the cops and stuff. And I remember just driving somewhere, and my son yells out, "Pops, there's a cop right there." I'm like, "What? What do you mean a cop?" He's like, "Yeah, just letting you know." So before my son started living with me, he had already developed the instinct to look for them. So what you're articulating, like, people don't understand the trauma we've had to live with our entire lives. Even to this day, I see a cop, I just go into this whole different mode.
Me too.
You know, and so when that happened to my son, I even became more driven because I knew what I went through, and I knew I didn't want my son to go through it. I went to visit him for his birthday 2 or 3 years ago, and I stayed 30 minutes away from where he lived. I remember being there for a weekend, and I kid you not, like we said, we've all grew up in an environment where it was dangerous and we survived. I was terrified for my life because I didn't see any black person there, and people were looking at me, not like how they were looking at me in Argentina, like, "Hey, wow, your skin is like your skin. It's awesome." They're looking at me like why are you here? People driving by in Mack trucks and looking at me, almost crashing, because they're like, "Why is this dude here?" So I used to go to his games and take him out to eat and straight back to my room. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm a grown man. How is my son feeling in this environment? So I made a decision right then and there, like, I gotta get my son out of here. I didn't know how I was gonna do it, bring him to the most expensive city, but I knew, hey, if I gotta become homeless to take care of my son and get him out of that situation, I had to, and I did. And that, on top of leaving home, is what has really motivated me to do what I've been doing.
That was big. That was a big move.
How old was your son during that time when you was driving and he said, "Look out for the cops"? How old was he?
He started coming when he was like 12. I would say 14.
14. Mountain, how old was your son when you had that conversation with him?
It was just this year, so he was
This year?
he's 11.
11. Yeah, it's a think. If you guys really think about it, picture yourself when you was their age. That was not even in your mindset,
Not at all.
And to see your own son having to have that type of mindset at a young age, where at that age you should just be worrying about living life, being free, having fun, and you got to worry about stuff that we have to worry about at the same time too. So that kind of touches home, man. That's tough. That's serious.
Yeah, it's traumatizing. People. It goes back to what we were talking about, the mental health. That creates a lot of problems psychologically for a lot of us. We're always uneasy. We're always worrying. We're always thinking people are out to get us.
Anxious, anxiety.
Yeah. No one should ever have to go through this. It's the human brain is not supposed to be under so much stress for such a long duration. It's just not supposed to happen. I choose to be positive. Only positive. If you're not positive, you can't be in my life. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's facts.
100%. I just can't stand being around or listening to somebody like they got in every situation. The only thing you hear is something negative. They just find the negative out of every situation. You gotta find the positive. You gotta stay positive. You gotta be optimistic about a lot of things because you gonna know you got kids. So you got people looking up to you and you can't raise them with all the negative. You teach them about the wrong or the injustice or the things that they could possibly, the potential things that they could go through, but you don't teach them to be negative, about it. You teach them to be positive because you're trying to raise a strong black man. And then when it comes to girls, you're trying to raise a girl that can, stand up on her own within a crowd of people, of men. And you gotta raise them with positivity. Can't raise them with
love.
negativity.
Love is the way. Look, love is the way, man. Love is the way.
Facts,
I think
facts.
even as black fathers, like we all are black fathers. We all have sons, right? And the stereotype is you have to be real tough on your sons. And like if you look at like history shows that's probably not the best thing. Like for real, like you have to, just like you show your daughter love, like you have to show your son the same type of love. You have to be able to give them that love. You have to give them that balance, because if they don't see it from you, man, like you all you're doing is pretty much creating a next monster for somebody else. You see what I'm saying? I think we've been doing as a society, just in general, just, and this is even at home, just we are too hard on our young men. Like we're too hard on them. We have to show them love too. Like we have to show them love. We have to be able to tell our, we have to be able to be comfortable telling our sons, "I love you." Like it's nothing wrong with that, right? They show the person that they get that nurturing from should not only be their mom. Like it should come from their parent, from their dad too. So like, you know, it starts with that. That's a big part of, like, you know, just raising a young black man is different. And you look at it, some, like even my neighbors, like, you know, I'm the only black family in my neighborhood. Like we're the only black family in the neighborhood, and like I'm looking at my neighbor, like
crazy.
The way he raises his son, like, you know, he's involved. He's nurturing the same thing. Like you look at a black family, the black dad is not as nurturing, not as loving to the son. They are to the daughter, but they're not to the son. That's a problem in our society.
I think that comes from how the models we've seen.
Yep.
You know, and I do agree.
Yeah.
I do believe that you need to, you know, show your son tough love, but it needs to be a balance.
It has to be a balance.
That's true.
I think that's what creates trust from kids. You know, the only reason I'm able to mentor so many kids, because number one, I don't hold back, meaning from pushing them. You know, we say our definition of working hard is when you're out of your comfort zone. But on that same token, they know how much I love and I appreciate them, and I check up on them. And I'm sincerely wondering and asking them how they're doing when they're not in the academy. So kids tend to gravitate towards people that keep it real. Kids are the most intuitive people on this planet, because a lot of them are not tainted by the toxicity of the world, right? And a kid will only follow if they know you believe them and you're sincere and you're fair. You know, when they do well, you lift them up and you recognize them. And when they don't do well, you don't lift them up, but you help them understand that this is just a learning moment. You're still great. You're still awesome. So I agree. That's why the company was called Empower Me Academy, because the whole concept is transferring energy and positivity into whoever comes through the academy. We don't even, we try not to use negative words. You know what I'm saying? We when the kids come to the academy, that word can't doesn't exist. I mean, it's just really changing how we think.
Awesome. That's awesome.
That's big. Like with the academy, because I know, like, you know, coaching and, you know, trying to motivate the millennials, the new millennials, not the millennials like our part of the spectrum, like the real millennials, it's tough. Like, so what's some of the different like best practices you probably were taking like with your big group to like motivate them? Because their attention span is short. We know that. Super short.
I think the most important thing in anything in life, whether it's at your workplace, whether it's at home, whether it's on a team, is culture. And what I was able to do, luckily, is I created a culture of expectations. We have a lot of mantras. And I think the academy it exemplifies all the mentoring and all the coaching I have received in my life. And it's really just being infused into this concept of empowering kids. So the culture is, the expectations is we only do things with excellence. And what has happened is the right families and the right kids are gravitating towards it. It's like the saying, build it and they will come.
Yeah.
It's only the kids and the families that understand that basketball or sports in general should be used as a tool versus an end goal. So we'll have former college players, or even pros, or even coaches that coach in college come watch our students. We're talking like first graders, second graders.
Nice.
Working hard, and they'll come to me like, how do you get all these kids to just work like this without complaining? And I told them, because it's expected.
Awesome.
We expect you to work harder. You know, we expect you to be the hardest worker and the best human. And those are the two things we echo a lot in the academy. Are you being a good leader now? Right? We'll have one kid was running some sprints the other day, dribbling, and they didn't touch the line, and they were a new kid. So we stopped the whole, and we love having conversations about life. We tell people, like, although we're teaching basketball skills, we talk about life more than anything at the academy. So we'll stop the whole gym, and I'll turn to some of the leaders. We don't call them veterans, we call them leaders. And I'll say, hey, is that not touching the line? Is that excellence? They're like, not here. I'll turn to another leader. Is that excellence? They're like, nope. So now the new kid is looking around like, well, I can't be the only one not touching the line. So that culture, when you have the right culture and the right mindset, any kid can thrive. And here's a secret. When I started academy, I went after the kids that were at the end of the bench. I went after the kids that weren't supposed, they're not going to play in high school. They're not going to be in the NBA. I wanted those kids because I knew, for one, they were going to be more attentive because they weren't naturally gifted.
Yeah.
And over the course of almost 8 years running the company, I know some of these kids are some of the most, skilled and most intelligent players, because that's what we want to be known for. We want to be known as the most skilled, the most intelligent, and the best teammates. All the other stuff you can have, but we want to start cultivating the right people, because when they get done playing, they're doing goodness in the world too. So the culture is the most important thing.
Culture is big. Culture is huge, because you're part of something. I think with the new generation, like, they are going to work their tails off to make sure like that team or unit gets to the overall goal. And I think you do a good job of painting that picture for them too. So that's big.
Yeah. And
what's big?
Go ahead.
What else is big? What else is big is too, like Mumba Pang, like what y'all doing with these, bringing in athletes, for like former athletes from the VI. And I know me and Pang talk about it before. It's like just the storytelling, the art of storytelling is crazy impactful to people, man. And the reason is because, like, your Mumba, you could tell your story, and I can be a 9-year-old kid, and you speaking about different things that you encountered as a 9-year-old kid, and how you moved past that, and how you dealt with, people doubting you and dealt with whatever. But I might be the same age and going through the same thing, and just listening to how you got over that. That does miracles for me. Like, so like the art of storytelling is huge. I think that just with the new millennials, they love storytelling. They love listening to stories and taking away from stories. But like Jerome touched on, like, they want to be a part of something. So like the culture piece is huge, man. The culture piece is big. So kudos to Mumba Pang, and of course kudos to you, Jerome. What you're doing with your team.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you recognizing that.
That's huge.
It takes intellect.
So you touched on the empowerment. How did that come together? I know you said you played professional basketball in Argentina. So where did you always have that plan to do that while you was in college, or did it came about in the pros, or after you finished playing pro ball, that's when you got the itch?
I need to start teaching people how to ask questions. That's another good one. All of us have experienced bad coaching. And when you think of it as a big picture, there were probably more bad coaches than good ones. And some of us got lucky being connected to people like a CD. But I always felt like if I'm going to help balance the scale, because there are more Mumbas and Pangs and Mountains and Jeromes out there that need the right guidance. And I actually retired 2 years earlier than I wanted to, because I felt there was a need to build something like this. And what really compelled me, I should say, to do this is when my son called me one day and said, "Pops," and this was without me telling him or hinting to him he needed to play basketball, because I didn't want to put that on him. I didn't feel my son needed to play basketball to save his life. Mine was different. But one day he's like, "Pops, I want to be the next Russell Westbrook." And mind you, even then I wasn't a fan of Russell Westbrook, but the whole idea of being a basketball player is what really created this anxiety in me, because I knew the current narrative for sports was all about the end goal. And I started realizing if my son was going to play basketball, there's not an entity out there that's going to teach him the things that I need to be teaching him. And as fathers and people that have been through it, regardless of how you view it, you've acquired a certain level of knowledge, right? That if you could give it to your younger self, it would make you better, right? So now I'm thinking, where's that entity, or that organization that's teaching these kids that, yes, you're gonna be a good basketball player, but you also got to learn how to become a better human, because we all got to live in this world and be good humans, or be a human.
Yeah.
So, I turned down a few job offers and coaching in high school and college, and I started doing this, and I was told by many people to not do it because, it was kind of like going against the AAU culture, where it's about playing, playing, playing. And, as we, remember in our childhood, it was about grinding, putting that work in, and receiving the benefits of it, and also, developing your character and all the values that need to be instilled in you. So I was about development, so I felt that this was important.
We had a viewer question. Go ahead, Pan.
We commend you on what you're doing, because like we need more Jerome Gumbs, we need more Tegan Shepherd, we need more people that could create programs like these, opportunities for kids to develop into young men, good young men in the citizen, and to be a good citizen in society today, and learn a sport along the way. That says a lot to you. So I want to be one of the first to give you your flowers while you're here. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't all of us could do what you could do. We like person like me, I might know the game, and but might not have the skills to start a program like you. You know what I'm saying? So it says a lot about you, what type of person you is, and what purpose you had when you were coming up. You was always meant to do this. You know what I'm saying? Whether you knew it or not, whatever you doing now was always in you, and it just took the time you came out of school to, and that conversation with your son, to just know that this is my purpose. This is what I was raised to do. So
I'm gonna be really sad when this end, whenever it does. No, for real, because like I mentioned, I almost died when I was 13. And I always knew that my life was preserved for a reason. And this is the reason.
Yeah.
You understand? So I've lost a lot of friends, a lot of relationships, because I have this tunnel vision about really changing the world and really concreting this academy in different places, because we're failing the youth. A lot of us, and sports, not just basketball, but sports in general, can develop some of the most resilient, most powerful people on this planet. There's a quote somewhere that says 95% of people that run Fortune 500 companies played sports. It's not a coincidence. Not. The biggest companies, the people that are running it, played sports.
One thing that you just mentioned, and that's a big testament, because to follow up on that point there, like it developed discipline, it developed a mentality, it develops motivation, perseverance. It's a skill that develops in your brain from playing sports, that you don't settle. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And you relish the competition. One thing that you said that really stand out, and I hope people understand, especially people that don't play sports, like growing up with somebody that do. Ain't that this person don't want to hang out with you, ain't that this person don't value your friendship, or whatever the case may be. Like, you don't know it then, but you guys are like on different path. You know what I'm saying? This person is trying to stay focused, and he has a dream. And it's up to you as a friend to believe in that dream. If you don't have a dream of your own, and ain't nothing wrong with believing in somebody else's dream. No, you could start coming up with ideas of how I could help this person be successful. And ain't nothing about trying to stay close because he gonna make it and you gonna benefit from making it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
True that.
You can't be mad with somebody because he ain't want to go to the club with you because he got all the game in the mind. all the
Yeah.
practice or man, and like, it's important for that man to get his rest. And you got to, if you're a true friend, you would understand, and you would be the one like, nah, you ain't coming up with me tonight. You know what I mean? You got game
Yeah.
in the mind to focus.
That's real friends. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's a true friend. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
the person, man, you lame, man. You so good, you can run circles around these players tomorrow. Like with and come out with we tonight and run circles around them tomorrow. That's the friend that you want to stay with. You know what I mean?
No.
Because he on a different path. He not your path. You know what I'm
Some of
saying?
my best friends were like that. I remember growing up on the rock, Danga. You know, I had some dudes after me. And this dude put his life on the line and like, y'all not messing with this dude. This dude is about to go on and do some great things. So I respect that, you know. But I want to go back because this whole Empower Me Academy thing, you know, we're doing a documentary, and one of the main things I was focusing on is get people away from saying, this is my academy. This is no longer my academy. This is San Francisco Academy. This is the Bay Area Academy. This is a world academy. You know, this is just a vision I put together, and I struggled to do it. You know, had some unhealthy days and unhealthy months, but this was my calling to create the vision, but it hasn't been me pushing it. You know, I have a lot of mentors who kids have gone through the program, and they've taken it upon themselves to mentor me in a huge way. And some of them are my best friends. I tell people I don't have friends my age. So I appreciate all of you reconnecting with me, because a lot of my friends are either kids or people that are more mature, more successful, and just have walked the world longer than me. You know, and so credit goes to them. You know, I have some board members because we're a nonprofit now, and some of these people, I'm just grateful that they pick up my calls, because some of these people are super busy and they have their own families. You know, so I don't deserve all the credit. I don't. I have a lot of people that's pushing this and supporting this, and we got some big things coming.
All right, good. Hey, you before you leave, or you can even do it now. Like tell us, like you said, you got a documentary coming. Like, how can we get a hold of that documentary? How can we see it? Even your hats and your shirts.
Yeah.
I just the person that handles our whole administrative department, she's gonna email y'all. Muma, that's why I was asking if you wanted me to email you something. I think she already did. She's lightning fast. If you check your email, you'll see something. I would forward that to the rest of the team, and she's gonna send you a couple links. Because I'm telling you, we don't have enough time to unpack all the stuff that I would need to unpack to really give you the overall view of what is happening over here. And that's why the person, actually USF, is the one that did the documentary. So, you know, incredibly grateful for the opportunity. You know, when that documentary comes out, it's going to be something special, because the person that was doing it, she had an assistant. And as you know, in the world of COVID, you know, a lot of people, you know, had to go be furloughed and all that stuff. So she ended up not having an assistant. So she reached out to me saying like, hey, I only have the capacity to do 20 people. I already sent the email out to almost over 600 people in our circle for the academy. Within 48 hours, 50 people responded like, wow, we're doing it. So now I have the opportunity to reach out to 30 people and tell them, I'm sorry, I can't have one. It was really hard to pick because everyone has an incredible story to tell, and I wanted everyone to hear it.
Yeah.
So fast forward, she got here. We're taking these walks with mask on and social distancing. By the time she was done, I think she did 30 something plus. Because she said, I just couldn't do only 20. Like she became infatuated with what was going on, because although our Instagram and our Facebook and our videos on YouTube paint the picture, there's nothing like feeling the culture and the difference in how Empower Me Academy is compared to everything else. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not saying that because I'm a part of it. But people coming like, man, I wish I had this when I was younger. And I have so many out of body experiences when I'm coaching the kids and seeing like a little third grader tell another third grader, yeah, we don't say those negative things. You know, one of the most empowering thing, like we tell a kid, you know, if he wasn't listening or he didn't pay attention, we'll like just say 5 push-ups or 10 push-ups. And no, it's not punishment, it's consequences, because that correlates with life, right? When you do something, there are consequences.
True.
So the kid will have to do 5 or 10 push-ups. Everybody else in the gym does it with him. Everybody else. And that mindset comes from kind of how I always was. I don't care if we're running, if we're playing one-on-one or doing something for sprints, even if I beat you, I'm still going to do the sprints with you because you're not getting better than me in any capacity. So the students think like that. Oh, you're getting 5, 10 extra burpees? Oh, I'm going to do them with you, and I'm going to try to beat you again. One of the most amazing things that I always love to see people's faces, right, when they're a new student, and everyone is doing it, and a new student like, I guess I need to be doing it too. And then that's the culture. The culture is impactful when the coaches don't say anything and the kids are just running the show.
Yeah.
That's powerful, man. That's powerful. That is powerful. We got some questions I want to get to real quick. Question asked earlier, do you find it hard or did you find it hard to coach your son?
He's probably watching this. Yeah. Very difficult. And the only reason I stuck with it is because selfishly, I didn't trust anyone to do it better. And there are people better, but I didn't have anyone close. And, you know, a really sad story. I didn't really get into my son's life until, you know, he was a little bit older. So selfishly, I did it because I didn't want to leave. I wanted to always be around him. So I sacrificed. You know, I don't say sacrifice is not the right word, but I took the responsibility of nurturing him into a better version, you know, of myself and his best version. Because I always tell him, you got to be better than me in every capacity. First of all, I need to stop working so hard so I can work for you. You know, so yeah, I need to be cleaning your floors and stuff when you get to this level of success. But now it was hard because I think it was hard because it was hard for him to differentiate between pops and coach sometimes.
Yeah.
And we have so many things in common. We listen to the same music. Mine is just less explicit. And, you know, sometimes I play video games with him. We wear the same shoes. Like, so we have a lot of similarities. So oftentimes he thinks we're boys. And it's funny, like we were in Spain and a couple people, you know, be asking him like, "Are you brothers?" And so I think I kind of got to his head sometimes. And I have to put him in play. Like, listen, I'm not your brother. You know, you're not gonna talk to me like we're brothers, but we've had some great experiences. And yeah, so you know, he became like my best friend. He was living with me, but it was hard because it was hard for him as a teenager to differentiate when to be the student, when to be the son, and when to be the best friend.
So we got 2 more questions here. I'll ask it together. One is what degree did you pursue? Like, what was your major in college, and how did you get the nickname Bujo?
I'm surprised no one called me Buju. But listen, it's funny because when I go home, people don't call me Jerome. That's why it's actually weird hearing y'all call me Jerome. And I'm pretty sure y'all didn't call me Jerome. But
I learned today that they call you Buju. I never knew that.
Oh, okay. Now my even Bar, I mean everyone that's how I know. Okay, when I go home, by what you call me is how I know how well you know me. Meaning, if you call me Jerome, you probably know of me. You call me Buju, I mean you've been in my circle for quite some time, right? So no offense, Fang. You know, even though you're a Michael Jordan fan, I still got love for you. So you can call me. You know.
And vice versa.
And he's a Beanie Man fan too.
Oh, I like Beanie Man. I was actually riding my bike and this instructor had a Beanie Man versus Bounty Killer playlist, and it was nice. So yeah, Beanie Man, enough respect. So
when it comes to me, man, like you had a change of heart when as you grow older when it comes to about Michael Jordan. I had the same thing about Beanie. Like a lot of his ways I don't agree with. You know what I mean? So he ain't really like the go-to person for me anymore. You know what I
mean? That's called maturity. I love it, and enough respect.
I like that part.
For acknowledging that. It takes a lot of. It hasn't filtered over to Jordan yet. Maybe one day.
Soon.
All right.
Yeah.
But I studied, and I think I should go back to another thing before I answer that question, because another thing we teach at the academy is the most important thing is listening. And that's one thing I do really well. I listen to people that I respect and the people that give me feedback and advice. And that's something we've cultivated at the academy on a team where we just give each other feedback. No one gets their feelings hurt if someone tells me an email or something is not good enough. That means you care. So the reason I bring it up is because when I was at USF, I studied business. And the two professors that pulled me to the side and told me, you need to do something in this field, because I got probably one of the highest grades for the whole school year, was entrepreneurship and public speaking.
Okay.
And those are the two things I do every single day. So when they told me that, I took heed and I listened and I started, preparing myself to go into that realm. And Buju, the dude Don guy told you about, was a fierce in the hood, and he looked after me, probably saved my life in many situations. But just one day we were on the block, and we were playing basketball on a crate. And I think I had just gotten a haircut or something, or dread, whatever it was. And I think that's when Buju Shiloh had came out with his hair like how it was. And he was playing it, and he was probably looking at the disc. He's like, man, you look like Buju. Oh, yeah. From that day, it stuck. From that day, I was Buju. And always trying to be unique, I changed how I spelled it. So I spelled it as Buje. I know I was young when I did it, because I didn't want it to be spelled like Buju. I wanted to be different. I never wanted to be the same. I didn't want to be like anyone. I just always wanted to be not better, but just different. And that's what we teach the kids. There's nothing wrong with being unique.
Yeah.
Those are great questions.
Yeah, those are good questions. So
who asked the Buju one?
The Buju Saro.
This dude. Actually, he got something to do. I miss you, though, Sarah. I miss you. That was my boy.
Yeah, we had him on. His own was what, episode 23? 23 was Saro.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Keep messing with Pine. Fine, I promise. I'm done. I promise.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. Like, I have been through many Jordan battles, Beanie Man battles, Iverson battles, like Kobe battles. I built for this, man. I tell you, you could come with your stats, you could come with your whatever you want to come to. I tell you, LeBron could turn president tomorrow. You will never quit. I got when it comes to
well, on a more respectful conversation, it's been a pleasure talking to everyone. But just like you, Pong, we didn't have enough interactions, and I've always heard, and I've always envisioned getting to know you and knowing you, because you've always been a legend. So it's been a pleasure getting to know you. And, your personality, exemplifies what I've always heard. You're exactly what people have said. You are a great human. And too bad you like Michael, but I'll get past that. But it's I don't want to sound like I'm starstruck, but it's a pleasure getting to know you, because I've always heard about you, and I've always wanted to get to know you. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, and likewise, man, because you know I follow your career from a distance. You know, I always enjoy watching you play. From the little time I've been around you and saw you play, it was nothing but of like you used to inspire me on the court, even as young as you were. You know what I'm saying? Like that dude
Well,
just, you know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I never ever had inside of me, like grudge or
yeah,
anything over another player that from where I
Yeah.
from to see them doing good. You know what I'm saying? And I always respect your game. I always respect your career, where you went, how far you went, you know, and it was just like proud, man. Like seriously.
appreciate it. That's love. Appreciate it.
So
We,
like tell us some of the experiences you went through playing ball overseas. Start with the first place you ever play overseas.
Argentina, and in hindsight, I probably should have stayed there. I would have I just didn't have a good career, but it went really well. Developed some really good relationships. I have a funny story about Argentina.
Were you down there when Jamil was down there?
You know what? I think it was no. He went after. Funny story. I was in Argentina. I was eating dinner on lunch, and one of my teammates came up to me like, "Hey, we about to go see this kid playing soccer in the pros. He's like 13, 12. I don't even know how old he was. Like, we're gonna go check him out. He's pretty good. You need to come check him out. He might be the next Pele." I'm like, man, I'm not going to see no teenager playing your pro league. So they went. Fast forward, years passed. My friend calls me. You remember that kid I told you about? Yeah, the kid you wanted me to go watch and waste my time go watch in Argentina. Like, yeah. Turn on Barcelona. Messy.
crazy. That's crazy.
Messy.
Wow.
You have to see he had 12.
Yeah, I don't know. He was young. I don't know if he was 12, but he was young, destroying the pros or whatever it is he
That's
was doing.
crazy.
Maybe not the of playing, knowing that he was good. Some maybe they made up the story, but they say he was killing it. And here's the crazy thing: we went to Spain last summer, my son and I made an effort to watch him play. So we got really good tickets. We're sitting in the middle of the pitch. Messi's not playing. My son turned to me and said he didn't forget when you didn't come watch him play. So yeah, so funny story. Like I should have went and saw him play, but yeah. Then where'd I go? Ended up going. I was in England for a little bit. Won a championship there. Played in Luxembourg, a small little country. Ended up going to Mexico a little bit, and all these countries. And it's funny because I always felt that I probably could have played in some of these other big countries, but when I thought about it, I developed more playing on teams. And I had to kind of elevate by doing everything. And it became better for me because I had to develop a larger intellect of the game, of trying to lift these smaller teams up to a higher level. But what I did because of that is when I came home during the summer, I played in the pro league. It's kind of like the man league on St. Thomas. I don't know if you all remember Young Legs. You remember Young Legs?
No,
And
not me.
Well, it was pretty much our national team, our junior national team, not national team. Our junior, it was me, Jabari, Boo Boo, without the St. Croix, I think without Mountain and Cut Butt, I think, when we went to the States. But long story short, when I came home and played in the summer league against all the dudes that were like playing in Spain and Greece, that was my time to show and prove that I was as good or even better. So I led the whole league in scoring for like 2-3 years. I was an MVP candidate, won a championship, played against Matt Barnes. They actually brought Matt Barnes for me and my boy Javon Harris.
No, wow.
Had a little 30-something.
Little 30-something, eh?
The most, and this
like,
made me comfortable in not probably playing in the NBA or playing anywhere. After the game, I was walking out with Matt Barnes after we had won, and he asked me, "Where were you playing?" And I said, "Yeah, we just won a championship in England." He looked at me and was like, "You don't belong there." And when he said that to me, it kind of made me feel at ease because I tell a kid, and I tell my son, success is when opportunity and preparation meet.
Yeah.
Facts.
Because we can all sit here and think about dudes that have gone on and played in bigger schools and bigger leagues. But when we matched up with them, we were better. And I'm like, the Empower Me Academy is my MBA. That's my MBA. That's my miracle. You know, because, you know, as you're growing up, you tend to get frustrated and a little bit irritated that, you know, you didn't get to this platform that you thought you were supposed to. But things don't always happen the way you want it to. It happens the way it's supposed to. So England a couple of years, Luxembourg. I was in Hungary for a little bit. Yeah, that's about it. I really got in the habit of wanting to travel to different places. You know, I stopped wanting to go to I just wanted to travel. I wanted to see the world. And because of basketball, I've seen 22 different countries. And to me, that's one of the greatest accomplishments. I mean, a young Caribbean boy that used to run around playing on Griffith Park with no shoes. I've seen 22 countries. The majority of it was for free.
That's amazing,
that's
man.
big.
That's a lot. That's a lot of countries.
Blessing.
Which country stands out? Does anyone particularly stand out to you?
Argentina.
Argentina.
That first love. Argentina. To this day, I know at least one person from Argentina is probably going to watch this, and I loved everywhere else I've been. But you have to understand, though, if you go back to the story, my senior year in college was the worst. Then I went from that experience to Argentina to taking a team to the playoffs and then leading the country in the league and scoring. Like, that will never be forgotten.
That's amazing.
You know, yeah. But all the countries, every country I played in, you know, just the way I was raised, I developed relationships. You know, I tell my son, my legacy or our legacy as humans is how people feel when they're around you. You know, it's not what you accomplish. It's not, you know, the car you drive or the careers or the money. It's how people feel when they are around you. Because God forbid anything happened to us, when they get up and they speak about us and we're no longer here, all they're going to talk about is how you made them feel. That's our legacy.
That's true.
Let
Do
me
you
bring
know?
it- Go ahead.
No, I was just getting this question from one of the viewers. Do you know Spanish? Since you know playing in Argentina and a couple of those other countries.
Sí. Habla muy bien. Pero entiendes más que habla. When I was there, I used to get on my teammates' nerves. The ones that were from, I was like, "Hey, what does that mean? How do you say that?" So he just bought me a book. But I was pretty fluent. And, you know, I have some young ladies, you know, that I help out that, you know, do a little housekeeping in the city, and they speak Spanish. So whenever they come over to help out, I always speak Spanish. Whenever I see someone, and I try not to be insulting or disrespectful, but if I know you speak Spanish, oh yeah, you become my practice. Any restaurant, anybody. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Todo bien? Sí. Like, that was pretty good. Funny story about that. And it has an important message too. And another reason I love Argentina is because I don't share this with too many people, but I believe it's appropriate with us on this call. I went to a country where I was actually praised for my skin color. I was actually idolized for my skin color, meaning it was considered beautiful. Whereas I'm living in a country, and I'm coming from a country where I was deemed a criminal because of my skin color. So they have a saying in Argentina, mi negro. So when I first heard it, you know, I'm like, what? I'm thinking it's that other word. They're like, no, mi amor. It's it means beauty or something. And when I was in Argentina, I was eating at a restaurant by myself. And this is when I was somewhat fluent. And there was a little girl with her mom and dad. And in Spanish, she was like, why is that? Why is he so dark? So the mom and dad got like, hey, don't say that. But it's what she said next was even more surprising. She's like, I like it. How can I get that color, mom? And I'm sitting there like, I would have never guessed in a million years someone would say that, having gone through what we've gone through as humans in the States. So they didn't know I spoke Spanish. So when I got up, and I think the dad said, he's from a country where there's a lot of sun, something for the kid to understand and comprehend. So when I got up, I probably knowing myself, I probably paid for the dinner or whatever just for being nice. And I got up and I said something in Spanish. And they looked at me like in shock. And I basically thanked them for handling that well, but also thank them for raising such a curious and wonderful girl to have said something so beautiful and something I will never forget. And it goes back to why I'm doing what I'm doing. The only way we can change this world is if we change how our kids think. What if that girl had said that and the mom and dad would have said that that's ugly or that no, don't be like that? They actually embraced it and said something more positive. And I don't remember, to make her feel excited about want to be like that. Now, for the rest of her life, she sees someone with me, she'll not be afraid. And I tell people there's two types of people. I walk through the Golden Gate Park every day. And there's not many people that look like me in San Francisco. And they're leaving at a high, alarming rate because it's so hard to live here. So when I walk through the park and I see a kid, there's one or two things that happen. Either the kid gets super excited because they've never seen someone like me before, like, hi. Or the parents grab them and pulls them to the other side. And now the kid is left with that impression, which will last for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Right? That one incident will shape how they think for the rest of their life. So it goes back again to why Empowerment Academy is more than basketball. We are reshaping how kids think through sports. And although we're developing some of the best basketball players, but again, because of how I treat all the kids, a kid of color that comes into the academy is treated with love and respect from kids that don't look like them. And we have kids in the academy that come from really beautiful backgrounds, very affluent backgrounds, and some kids that come from not much, and they all train and develop these relationships that are transcendent. A lot of parents would say like the world should resemble Empowerment Academy, and that's the most gratifying compliment.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I don't care if we develop the next Steph or Durant or whatever. If we're help changing the world from what it looks like now, I will die a happy man.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
I
know you.
Go
ahead, Park.
Let me bring it home for a little bit and tell us, like how was it playing for the national team for the first time, when the senior national team for the first time?
It was an honor. I was almost like in awe the whole trip. I'm looking around at all these dudes I grew up looking up to, like yourself. I was starstruck, and my son will laugh at me because I tell him I don't get starstruck. But that was probably the only time, because when you're coming from an island, you hear about all these legends and you're playing with them.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, so that's the most important thing I can articulate, is that I was starstruck to be playing with all these legends that I grew up aspiring to be like. Where
was your first trip? Was it Mexico?
I think it was. No, I think it was either Bahamas or Puerto Rico.
I think the Bahamas trip, me and you played on the same. We played on the same junior national team. The junior national team.
Then we went.
That was juniors. Then we went Mexico. It
might have been Mexico. Yes, it was Mexico. Yes. Yeah.
In that,
Listen, I'm
in
telling
the
you,
mountains.
my team Yes, it was Mexico.
Right.
Yeah, you're
I
cool.
remember we couldn't breathe. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's when Roger Bell like he had get hot or in a
Yep.
fight and get suspended or something, and he had to
Yeah,
watch the
Roger
game.
was trying to choke the referee.
Yeah.
He had to get
Was
Roger
that
was trying to choke
before?
the referee.
Was that,
No,
was
he was.
that before?
It wasn't the
After he
referee. He was trying
choked
to. It was the next player. It was the next player on the team. I think it
Kobe?
was the
Was
Mexico
that
team.
before? Was that before? Or after he was trying to choke Kobe?
It was before.
It
And
was
that's
no, it was after. It was after.
It was after. It was after.
no, it was
After.
before. It was before because I remember. Going
No.
to college and like my teammates was like, man, Roger Bell for the Virginians. Because I was like, I played on the national team with him. They were like, man, that dude's crowd. I was like, man, you ain't seen nothing yet. Because I seen him like twice in a game just lost it. Just lost it. But
Oh,
And that was practice. He was practicing.
boy.
Nah. Roger's a good dude. I met him a few times. He's a good dude.
Yeah, man.
no, he is definitely a different person when he on that court. The coolest dude, but once he touched that
Yes.
floor, he come to wire.
Yes.
He's
Yeah, but
Hey.
I think he epitomizes the VI.
He the
I'm
VI.
telling you,
Yeah, that's
Yep.
true.
That's listen, funny story. He not gonna like me talking about this, right? So Jabari, Elite Eight or Sweet 16, right? They're playing against. Man, I need to look this up on the Arizona team, right? Listen to this squad: Luke Walt, Shannon Fry,
Oh, they had a monster. Yeah.
Iguodala. Was Iguodala on that team?
Yeah, he
Or
was in the team.
Richard Jefferson.
Richard
They had a squad. Crazy.
and jump ball, right? Jabari and Shannon Fry get into it. Jabari pushing and put up his dukes. They're like, man, you know who you messing with? I'm in the stands. He turned around. This game is on national TV. He turns around like, VI, they're not going to mess with me. And I'm like, this dude about to start a brawl. But that was
That's
our
funny, bro.
survival mechanism. Like it was either like we had to be like that to survive. But that was a fun story. And my teammate, because as a freshman at USF, you know when you're a freshman, they try to like go take the ball. You got to go do that. I'm like, not me. You understand? I used to get in trouble with the veterans because I thought I was a leader already, but I wasn't. So I went through some stuff. So when that happened, a couple of my teammates turned to me and like, man, you Island boys. Man, that was funny. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. I remember Roger Bell had gained it with Ron Artest. And Ron Artest looked like Ron Artest back down. Like that was the first time I ever seen Ron Artest back down for somebody. Because
Really?
he know. Hey.
Hey, listen, ain't too many dudes trying to mess with anyone from the VI or any
No.
VI.
I remember we were in Chicago. Not Chicago. I was still in high school. We went on a trip. That's when that's the last trip of the year we don't make when we go. I think I went to Chicago. Some of us went Milwaukee, but we went Milwaukee. We had two teams. We had the senior and we had a junior team. And
I was on that team.
you more than likely you would have been on a junior team.
I was on the junior team. That's when we had the brawl.
Yes.
That's what you're about to talk about.
Wow.
You been on that trip?
I promise you I didn't know you were on that trip there.
I was on the junior national team because I think we both won gold.
No, I
But
don't
hold
think
on. Pungy,
I think
hold on. Because I've been on that trip.
None. It can't be. It can't be the same trip we're talking about.
Well, okay, maybe we brawled twice then.
Let me say, brawl, I want brawl, and then we gonna see. So we playing against this team. We playing against this team. No, we playing against a team from New York the next day. We playing them the next day, and so they had a party that night, and we did the party, and
I was on that trip.
Some of them man from the next team, I guess their girls made the trip. But their girls were feeling we. You know what I mean? So we talking to the girl them, jamming them up and so on, dancing.
Hey, I'm the only one jamming him in them.
That's facts.
Them man get a little testy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So them man, I think they press Smokey. You remember Smokey, Jerome?
Of course.
Yeah. He pressed Smokey. So Smokey came back, until we tell everybody what going on over there. So now we got a little face off. First it just happened like a face off. But ain't nothing happened. So anyway, we just went back about doing our business, talking to the same girl, and hey, we didn't kill. Listen, it's a party, brother.
Yeah.
So some TJ from Chicken Hearts there, the DJ, the Kwan Jam Band.
Uh-huh.
That was it.
I was there.
So Jam Band come on, my son. So Smokey, there in the crowd, swinging the Gucci chain, my son, just swinging it, and I don't know what went through his head, but he just slapped one of them man with a Gucci chain, my son, and just kept going. So, Pana, take it, my son. You need to do nothing. And Smokey come back again now. And what? Eat it again, my son. No, a brawl break out, my son. We just scrapping in them, my son. You know what I'm saying? But not to condone violence, because them man get hot real bad. Let me just say. One of the players was hospitalized because everybody run off and leave he behind.
Oh yeah, it's a wrap.
I tell you,
that's crazy.
The pool stick had another purpose in that fight, them son. Pana get mashed up bad, and then we had to get like a whole meeting the next day before the game. They were thinking of sending us home. But CB them had to like really beg on our behalf to stay, and them man are vexed. I'm tell you vexed because it wasn't no simple brawl. The jam was done.
Yeah. That was Pong. It would. I had the first fight because I remember the second year we've been up there in Milwaukee and we stay in Marquette. Jerome, you've been on the senior team. I've been on the junior team that year. But we get a brawl the same way. I remember CB was telling me 2 years in a row the same thing happened. But the next brawl. Happened the same thing. A girl. Who it been? It been. Remember Dalgo? It was Dalgo. Yeah. Dalgo jamming up one of them man girls from the next team. And I had just beat them in the championship.
What list?
And they brought stuff from there, but probably get beat bad. But as soon as we get back to the dorm in Marquette, we tell CB what happened. We jump on the bus and we leave right. We ain't stay the next day. We leave that same night.
Oh.
So because I think the police were looking for we. It been get big. It was crazy. It was crazy. So I can't take the man nowhere, man.
No way.
I tell people all the time, man. Growing up in the islands, you better learn how to fight because that's part of the upbringing. I mean, people fought all the time. People used to tell me asking about can crime. I'm like, man. That used to be Fight City. That was it. I mean, I thought people at certain points in my life, I don't want to say better at fighting like I was condoning it, but it was either you get beat up or you had to defend yourself. Someone say stop jumping at my woman.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm telling man,
the girls attracted to VI man.
I don't care where you go, my son. Like VI people are carry their swag that they keep your leg, my son. Ain't no question about it. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
When they hear it talk, it just different.
I'm not joining that. That's y'all speaking about yourselves.
Yeah.
y'all gonna get me in trouble.
But we'll keep but so like how I know my experience with you being on the national team for the first time and like I mentioned earlier, like you really like had a coming out party because I think you were fresh out of high school.
Yeah.
Your first senior national team. And it like coach had a lot of confidence in you. Like how did that make you feel? And like what type of mind space it put you in?
Well, I'm gonna go even further. It wasn't even a coach. I think it was a combination of the coach and the players like yourself that embraced me because, as you know, as a professional or even as a collegiate player or high school player, you can either be welcomed or somewhat denounced. And I think just being on that team and seeing how family oriented it was, it made me feel confident, made me feel comfortable, made me feel like I could be myself. So I think being embraced by the team is what allowed me to really, excel. Because think about it, if I was worrying about the team kind of coming after me or not embracing me, then I wouldn't have time or the bandwidth to really notice that the coach believed in me, because I would be more worried about the team. So I think the credit goes to not just the coach, but the team itself. They put me in a mindset to continue believing I could be one of the greatest. And it goes back to environment.
Nice.
I mean, environment is key. When you have the right environment, anyone can thrive. Anyone. So
yeah, that's true.
Props go to the coaches and you and the rest of the people that embrace me. I will never forget it, because I was one confident dude. I was one confident dude.
Honestly, you need that though. Honestly,
yes.
For every level of basketball, you need that confidence, because it'll take you a long way. It'll take you far. So you was really built for that environment, to be in the young player on the team, and having the confidence to come in. You came in with the confidence, but once the seniors put the confidence in, like show you that they have confidence in you, it'll really take you out, propel you into another level. And I'm pretty sure the right people was looking, and you maybe got a few jobs out of that, or job offers after. So,
I got noticed a lot more, and having been fresh out of high school, I think, so yeah. Now I remember missing some couple stuff with USF. Yeah, so you're right. But for me, that confidence, and like all of us, that confidence that we needed in sports helped us in life. Like I said, you always hear me revert back to life, because regardless of what sport we play, we all got to play that same game, which is life.
Life, right?
It's true.
Whether you want to strap up or not, or prepare, you're gonna get put in that game, and if you're not ready, you won't be successful. So I think that confidence has helped me in many ways. I mean, when I first started this company, I had more people telling me not to do this than people are telling me to do it. And if you know anything about Buju, when you tell me I can't do something, you just gave me all the motivation I needed.
Yeah.
So you talked about in the future you would like to get the empowerment to the Virgin Islands, and I know you mentioned earlier you would like to branch out with the empowerment. Is there other areas you would like to establish the empowerment academy besides the Virgin Islands?
Every major city, because every kid that people forget about because they're not the next LeBron James, need to feel empowered and believed in, because these are the same people that's going to run the world, even if they don't become the next LeBron. Like I said, I first started, I went after the kids that weren't supposed to be the next best thing or the best players. And right now, our students are like captains of their teams. And that's what we're trying to develop. We're trying to develop captains and leaders, that coaches that can depend on, parents can depend on, have integrity. We tell kids all the time, who you are when no one is looking is who you really are. So, and fellas, and don't take this the wrong way, but and it's not going to kill me, but this is what I'm going to die doing. I've set up my life to where there's nothing else I would rather be doing other than loving people and loving my family and my students. But my goal is to put this everywhere. And who knows? It might never happen, but that's my goal. People call me crazy. I like being called crazy. I was called crazy when I used to dribble a basketball through the movie theaters on St. Thomas. I used to be called crazy when I 500 shots after a game and winning.
They used
to
be
crazy. Go ahead.
For the basketball?
Yeah, I always had a ball.
No,
always had a ball.
They used to dribble the ball to the theaters. Did you buy a ticket for the basketball?
If they told me I did, I would have. If I needed to, I would have. Slept with my basketball, ate dribbling with my back. Like, yeah. Because I always felt if I was good to my basketball, who was my girlfriend at the time, she would be good to me later. So, yeah.
Facts. Facts.
I was faithful, and she came through.
Hey, Jerome. Speaking of that, like, you had any superstitions?
A lot. And one of the biggest ones is good things only happen to good people.
Tell us something you had to do before every game. The one thing that you can't play a game without doing.
Oh man, nap.
You have to take a nap.
Oh man, if I didn't take a nap, I'm nervous. Because the reason being because I always worked. You know, I always worked out, like on game days, especially in the pro-am here. You know, people used to wonder, like, man, how are you working out at 6 a.m. lifting weights and then coming and dropping 30-something on people? Right? So I had to take a nap to replenish the body and rejuvenate. If I didn't take a nap, I didn't feel fresh or as fresh as I needed to. You know, and I was from college. A nap, what else? I think that's the most important. The most consistent one was napping. Yeah.
I used to always have to eat the sour Skittles before the game. Sour Skittles and drink. I used to mix, like in college, I used to mix orange juice and grape juice together in college for lunch. If I didn't have that, it'd be a terrible game.
Mine was a shower. My roommate
that too. Yeah.
What taking a shower before you about to go sweat?
Wake you up.
Yeah.
No,
that too. Yeah. A shower and a nap.
A shower to make me feel like a new person, brother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you take a cold shower, not hot, because it'll drain you a little bit when you take a hot shower. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But when you take a good shower, I don't feel like a new person. So I could have taken LeBron if he come to play me after
I believe you too. Yeah. But nah. So not Michael?
Huh? Yeah. I ain't want to face
I knew you were gonna say that. That's why I did that. Nah, but the shower is connected to my naps. Because when you woke up, you feel somewhat lethargic. So the shower is what used to wake me up. So the shower and the naps are connected for me.
Yeah.
So good. This is a great question. Yeah.
So like as we come in bringing it to an end, like this is Tegan question, you know, like we want you to, well, first of all, especially since you got like your own academy, your own business that you're developing, anything that you want to talk about that we didn't touch, even outside of your academy, you know, anything that you probably had in mind before the podcast started that you want, wonder if we're gonna ask or you wanted to touch before we start bringing it to a close?
Well, first of all, 3 hours and a half, I don't think I've done anything for 3 hours and a half. So y'all got something really powerful going on here, because I just looked at the time. I'm like, what? I don't even want to look at my email. I don't even want to look at my phone.
Time be flying, man.
3 hours and a half of not emailing or texting. Crazy. Wow. That's love. I need more of this. My meditation. I need to be talking to the brothers. We
try as much as less as an interview as possible, just for that reason. You know, we want to be like a family up here. You know, we interviewing. We just, like you said, we just sitting here shooting the breeze. You know what I mean?
It's more of you telling your stories, like your autobiography. That's why we wanted to start from the beginning, and kind of you just kind of take us on that journey, because people will see what you're doing now with empowerment, but they want to know how it get to that. And that's why we created this podcast. This podcast is everybody's autobiography by them talking about it, because we all see the end results or the accolades or whatever you want to say, but we want to know how you get to it. What was your mindset? What changed? What happened? When you was growing up as a kid, etc. You know, some adversity, what shaped you as the person you are today. So that's why this is so important, you know.
No, this is one of the most incredible things I've been a part of, and like I said, I was honored and privileged to be invited. It's funny because CB told me about it a long time ago, and when y'all reached out, because I think someone reached out to him or something. I don't know how it got. CB's always, he's always has his hand and stuff. But nah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful stuff, and I love when we get together and we create magical stuff. And to answer your question, I think we touched on everything. My son has been a very important part of my life. And he became my motivation for everything. And I think there's anything I need to say is that we need more Black men loving their kids. And I think you said it very powerfully, Mountain, that our sons and our kids in general need to understand that although we go through a lot of trauma and a lot of adversity just being Black, but there's a lot of love under this dark skin. And we need to show it, because love is the only answer for all the stuff we go through.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying we need to be walked over, but I agree. Our kids need to feel like they're always loved and disciplined. So yeah, so that's the main thing I want people to take away, is that surround yourself with people that are positive and uplifting, right? And believe in you, and never let go of your dreams, because we're all capable of greatness. And we love. My mom raised us to love people.
Right.
When we grew up on the islands, our perspective of white people is a little bit different. Some of us weren't raised to really gravitate towards them. And my mom taught me how to love people. Her supervisor at the Frenchman Reef, when she was cleaning rooms, was white, and she talked about how beautiful of a human he was. So when she came home and told us these stories, we started shifting our mindsets about white people, which enabled me to go live in Kentucky with a white family. I mean, think about it. If my mom didn't shape the way I view people, I would have never went to Kentucky. And if I had never went to Kentucky, I would have never met my son's mom, and I would have never had my son. You understand what I'm saying? So
True.
My mom went up on her 75th birthday when we threw her a surprise birthday party. She said, "Now I can die a happy woman."
Wow.
Her children are looking around like, "We die? What are we talking about, death?" But what she meant by that is, all my kids love people. And her being a woman of God or a child of God, she always felt like, how can I raise kids if I don't teach them how to love God's most prized possession? So I was raised to love people. So love. I love everyone I come in contact with. And if it makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but deal with it.
That's powerful, man. That's powerful, what your mom said.
Yeah.
It's deep.
Well said.
So we're gonna start with the NBA and the Virgin Islands. Like, give us your 5 favorite NBA players of all time and your 5 favorite VI players of all time. It could be Rock, St. Croix, St. John, however you want it. And all your 5 could be from Rock. It doesn't matter. And you can't name nobody from the panelists and Tegan. You gotta leave Tegan out.
Weird. That was my first pick. All right. Let me go NBA. LeBron. Kobe, especially after witnessing how he was changing after he retired. The Kobe, the dad, who he was as a human after he retired was something beautiful, which made it, him passing even more difficult to deal with. Who else? Man, it's a really good question. Really good question. I like Shaq. And I like Shaq because he didn't let his physical attributes impact his kid personality. He didn't let him being this big force change who he was as being just a fun-go-lucky, happy person. So I really admire Shaq, and even what he's doing, getting all the degrees and doing the powerful stuff that he's doing after. It's hard for me to pick a player that hasn't like it's going to be hard for me to pick a player that's playing right now that's not really doing anything in the community, because for me that's more important. Magic. It's funny because sometimes I walk around and I tell people I want to have that Magic Johnson impact where everyone just loves Magic. Like he just has this ability, and people have to understand what he did with the Lakers is pretty incredible, to have played with so many Hall of Famers, but get everyone to play well together and love each other, and for him to have this flamboyant personality. So Magic is one, and I'm not gonna say Jordan. I'm sorry. And
Making Pang sad now. Making Pang sad.
it's so hard to pick, and I think I would, it would be unfortunate for me not to bring up Steph. And the reason I bring up Steph, because here you have a kid that was told at a very young age that he would never play in the NBA. He was only recruited by Davidson, a kid that was offered a walk-on position at Virginia, right? A kid that played 1 or 2 years of AAU, the culture that we're trying to fight against, not every AAU, but just the culture, and said that it wasn't getting him better fast enough. Went on to the NBA, had a lot of issues with his ankles. Some people would have never survived and overcame that. And then got MVP, all first place votes. And the reason I love Steph is because more people in society can relate to Steph. Unless you're Mountain or Cuffy or Jabari, you can't relate to LeBron or Mumba. I mean, I don't know about you, but you those types of players are once in a lifetime. But a Steph, a lot more people can relate to him, because if you saw Steph going down the street, you wouldn't think he's the 2-time MVP or the unanimous MVP first time. You wouldn't think. So Steph is up there. And plus, he's helped the academy more than he'll ever know. Yeah. And now for the VI.
Why would I be sad? This is his list.
You said what?
Why would I be sad? This is his list.
No, man. I'm messing with you, man. You know how it is. I'm messing with you, man.
You're right. I am sorry. I feel sorry for him for not putting John. You know what I mean?
So for the VI, I didn't put him on the NBA list because he's from the VI, Tim Duncan. You know, I mean, honestly, I should put him on both lists.
Right.
Tim. You know, just put him there. Just put him. He's on both. Yeah, he's on both of them. So I know who I'm taking off. Maybe LeBron, because he'll be on the next list. So I'll take LeBron off because he'll be okay with it. He'll be fine. I'll take LeBron off it. Michael wouldn't be okay, but LeBron will be okay.
I know he has something up his sleeve, you know. I know it.
Man.
He'll be fine. So Timmy's
fired.
Jabari for sure. You know, he was not only one of my best friends, but he inspired me in many ways. Boo Boo. You know, Boo Boo was one of my mentors growing up. And hopefully there wasn't an age limit, but CB. You know, CB was like a second dad to me. And I lost count. Is that 4 or 5?
3.
That's 3? Boo Boo.
You said Jabari, Boo Boo, and
Jabari. And Tim, though.
And Tim Duncan, yeah.
Oh, Tim Duncan. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So yeah, that's 4.
Tim.
And 5. Yeah, I'll say probably Cuffy, because we were rivals. You know, there was always a question who's number 1, who's number 2, and you know I would give it to him because he was established before I was. But
can I ask you a question about your experience playing against Cuffy? But me and Tegan, we don't go at this like when we talk to other VA people, and we don't just always know when people really like don't pay attention to the game. Me and Tegan could always pick that up. like, what was your experience playing with and against Coffee? Like, talk about Coffee a little bit, because I really don't think people are like really understand how good this dude is. You know, like, talk about your experience with playing with Coffee and against him.
Some people might be really shocked that I say this because we're literally rivals. And other than my respect and love for CB and everyone else, I think he should go down as one of the greatest of all time. Because not just his ability, but here's the most important reason I say that: his longevity. Do you understand? To have been playing at the level that he's been playing for as long as he did was remarkable.
Coffee was a star.
That's true.
Before any one of us was a star.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. And he remained a star. So that's what I'm saying. So, and that's another reason I think Kobe should be labeled as one of the greatest, because for how long he played. And that's why LeBron will go down as one of the greatest for how long he's playing. Excuse me, and what he's doing at the age. And I think Cuffy's on that level.
That's true.
One of the most talented, gifted, high IQ players. And my answer to how it felt playing, I hated playing against him because I knew I had to bring it. And if I didn't, I would get smacked. So, yeah. It's like, think about it this way. Whenever I worked out, I knew I had to work harder, because if I didn't, I couldn't match up. So, yeah. Now, he's a legend. Now, you want to talk about legend.
Box.
That's a legend. And because of his status and his accomplishments, that pushed me, because we were always being compared, and like you said, I came on the scene late. He was already in episode 50. I was on episode 2 when I met, so I was trying to catch up. But yeah, legendary. Enough respect. It's not too many dudes my age that I would say deserve the title of one of the greatest of all times. But that's him.
That's true.
We all have our own stories, but I think the longevity is what impresses me most about Cuffy.
So this was real good. I love that you took the time out to share your story with us. I think everybody deserves an opportunity to share their story. Whether the result is successful, I think all the results is successful in its own way, because every story has a purpose. Everybody has their own story. It might not be it might not be the popular success that everybody hoped for at one time or was looking for at one time, but it's still a success because they're still here to share their story, and their experience will help somebody behind them. You know what I mean? And that's where the success comes from. I think the true success that comes from your story helping the next person, whether it's the person next to you, whether it was the person after you, But this is definitely a good story. Very proud of you. And we wish you the most success with Empowerment Academy, and we hope one day to see it on St. Croix, whether even if it's just for a summer, even if it's just a week, even if it's just for a day. You got to share your if you have a website, share your website. Tell me how we could get some t-shirts so we could wear your t-shirt or hat on the show. And if you notice, we are wearing hats. This is a hat. We don't say hats off to you. We say hats on to you.
I love it. Now, I think, our platform, we've exhausted, some of our board members and leaders, don't like how much money I've spent on our social media and internet presence. But I felt, the team and I have felt that, there's so much toxicity in this world and so much negativity that our message of positivity and empowerment should, start diluting some of this. So we've spent a lot of resources creating a platform online. So if you just type in Empower Me Academy on YouTube, Instagram, on the web, you'll get an abundance of stuff that you can grab the popcorn and spend a whole day watching and just going through. Empower Me Academy. And we did a really good job of giving people an inside look of how we operate. And it's about the kids. The team knows I don't want to be on all of the posts. That's why it's not called Jerome Gumbs Academy. You barely, like, even on the website, the people that designed my website or our website, my apologies, they had to like really convince me to be on it. I was like, this is not about me. I'm not here to perpetuate the issue of glorifying or uplifting myself. I've already done my job of accomplishing what I did. Now it's time for the kids. So we've done a lot of work and really just painting a picture of positivity. And we really, even if you don't put your kid in the program or you even meet us in person, everything that we push out or flush out, we want it to be inspiring, from our website to our videos to our Instagram. If you're reading anything that comes for us, and if you don't feel empowered or inspired, we got to go back to the drawing board and get better.
Is there anyone you would like to see us honor and celebrate on our podcast?
Like something like this?
Yeah, who would you like to see us honor and celebrate?
CB.
CB.
CB has saved a lot of dudes' lives and changed a lot of lives. And has Barry been on?
No, not yet. He texted Tegan, so we waited for that to happen.
Yeah. Nah, but CB for sure.
Definitely. We gonna definitely make that happen. We like to get CB on. We definitely make that happen. So you might have to make that happen for us.
Whatever it takes. Yeah, I told CB if I gotta come down there and get him.
You more than welcome to if you want to be a guest host when CB come on or when Jabari come on. That's up to you. But we always throw invitation to guys who have been on or females that have been on too as well. Anyone close to them who have inspired them, if they would like to come on and be a guest host for that person, you more than welcome. So definitely.
To spend another 4 hours or almost 4 hours with you three, count me in. I just need to know in advance, though.
Oh, no, you will know in advance, definitely.
Yeah, I know. Y'all did a really good job. And that's another thing, too. The reason why a lot of families that are very professional have gravitated towards the academy is how we operate. 8 years ago, almost 8 years ago, when I got an assistant, everybody was like, a basketball coach doesn't need an assistant. But the level of organization and preparation that I wanted to be, remembered for and recognized for, I wanted an assistant to make sure everything was in order. And now we've grown to this entity where people know that we can't exist without an administrative specialist, we like to call them. So I admire and really appreciate the professionalism that you all showed from the moment we started communicating about this and just how you all function now. I pay attention to all those little things, and I teach my son and the students that be an observer. You don't always have to just come into the room and just start talking. Just observe your surroundings, and it'll make you a lot smarter. So listen, blown away by this experience. I ain't even realized I haven't ate yet. I didn't even have to go use it. Right? This was probably one of the best things that happened to me in a while. Just being able to connect with home, because I've missed home so much, and y'all giving me this opportunity to speak to people that I've missed and looked up to and played with. It's a little miracle, a little gift. So thank you. Thank all of you.
Man, we appreciate it, man. We definitely appreciate it. Shout out to everyone who tuned in, in the support, Jerome Gumbs, definitely appreciate you guys tuning in, being involved in the group chat, sending out your questions. So shout out to everybody. Appreciate you guys always showing love to our guests. Definitely. So also don't forget on YouTube, v.i.legends. You guys can always go and check out Jerome's episode. Also our previous guest episode. You could type in the person's name in YouTube and it will pop up too as well. So you could search for the channel or you could type in their name and they would pop up. So
Well done. Well, y'all deserve. This was well done.
Yeah,
it was
man.
a good
Appreciate it.
show. And
Yeah.
Jerome, like good.
definitely.
I think you did a good job explaining your story. I mean, walking through your story from the start to finish. I think a couple of the things I got away from it was it was very motivational and inspirational
Facts.
too. Like, look, I'm on here as a guest, and I'm on here hype too. Like I can't wait to like get off and like really start planning some different things for the next step for me. So it was real good, and I definitely think as people continue to watch and even pull up this episode in particular, like it's going to continue doing what this podcast is set to do.
Listen, and before we get off, I consider this to be my city. Y'all ever in the area? I'm considered a really good host. My sisters and family love coming to visit. Because when you come visit and you're family or like family, I shut down everything for you because that's how I was raised. So Tegan sister just
Yeah.
oh yeah, we about to connect.
Yes, Kerry, and we were telling him about before we started the show. We was telling him that you and Eric, Alrica is over in Sacramento. So, he take you said are you like an hour away?
All right, well,
Oh yeah, about
So
about that.
all right, change.
I got to link somehow to get
Oh, it's
some kind of link going. You know what I mean?
it's done.
I know kids
It's
that
done.
might
Yeah,
benefit
it's true.
from the Empowerment Academy. Link Jerome and get him in touch. So,
Any questions?
San Francisco is one place I would love to visit. I've seen San Francisco in too many movies for me to not want to go.
It's a nice place, man.
Yeah, it just seems like
nice.
it's a beautiful place to go. I definitely want to drive across the San Francisco Bridge. What's it called? The Golden State Bridge or San
It's two
Francisco?
of them. It's the Golden Gate Bridge and the Bay
Golden
Bridge.
State.
Goes to Oakland.
I want to
A lot
drive.
of bridge. You can call it whatever you want. We'll get the picture now. But I'm here. We're family. If y'all need anything, email. Come visit. It's all love, and what y'all are doing is pretty remarkable. And
that's crazy because I was in those areas from 2005 to like in 2008. I was in those areas: San Francisco, San Jose, Modesto, Stockton.
Doing what?
Baseball. So so that nice area, man. Not in California, nice.
Listen.
You're gonna have to tune in for Mumba episode because Mumba probably got one of the most unique story out to all of us.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Yeah, pretty unique, pretty crazy.
Listen, if you thought the Bay Area of San Francisco was beautiful then, it's gotten a little too, bubble like, they call it a little bubble, but it has changed so much.
Wow.
Some of it for the better and some of it not.
Yeah.
I could imagine, man. That's crazy. Yeah, because it's been over 15 years.
Oh yeah, it's changed within the last 5 years.
That's crazy.
Tremendously. I mean, all the tech companies are here.
Yeah. I always hear Kevin Durant, Iguodala, Steph Curry, all of them, whenever they get on any type of platform, they always talk about the tech companies that they are investing in and the ideas that they have came up with.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, this
Well,
is
we almost on the 4-hour mark. Woo, that don't even feel like we've been out here talking for 4 hours.
It's crazy. Yeah.
crazy.
It goes by so fast, man. It's crazy for real.
But this is how it feels when we're just on the block, just chilling. This is how it be.
Right.
True that.
Yeah.
This is how it be. And I miss those days. So thanks for taking me back.
Definitely.
Thank you, man.
We'll be live Wednesday. Wednesday won't be live. We got Dwayne Juice Madero coming out Wednesday, and then the next week Sunday we have Bogus coming on. So you guys just tune in.
One more thing though, respect to everyone listening in for 4 hours.
Facts.
That speaks to the level of following you all have, because I mean, not even movies last 4 hours.
I know it's
Right.
true.
So this is special. This is special, and if there's any way that I can help support this. But I'm about to blast this on our platform, so y'all will get a few little followers and support.
Appreciate it.
I'm on y'all team forever. So thanks for the love.
Thank you, man. Thank you. And hopefully we could get CB on and Jabari on, and like I say, more than welcome, man. More than welcome.
I need that flag too, though. I don't like how
Right? I said it last week, Mountain had a flag too, and I was the only one on that didn't have a flag in the background. But
I need to go on. I used to have one in college. I'm gonna buy one.
Yeah, Mountain go hook you up, man. Those contact Mountain. You hook you up.
For the next.
Yeah, I'm gonna have one the next time. I promise. Turn the light on. It's getting dark. I gotta get my light back on. Yeah.
Like you said, man, thanks everybody for sticking out with us. As I always say, there's no us without you. We don't have a show if I watch it. You know what I mean? So thanks everybody for sticking it out with us, and listening to Jerome's story was a real inspirational one, and
amazing.
We appreciate you. Go ahead and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hopefully we brought something good with this episode, and I know we did, but I hopefully I feel so. You know what I'm saying? So, Mountain final words.
I think we touched on it. Like Jerome, I think you did a good job, man. Like I said, I'm motivated right now. Like I'm ready to do something different, and just and it's crazy that you're doing this and you've been doing it for 8 years. Like this is something that me and my wife been talking about for a couple of years. The last couple of years we actually started coaching, and I've been coaching my son the last 2 years. And it's a good feeling. Like I love being around the kids to help them develop. And there's no better feeling than seeing a kid when they first walk in the gym for the very first time playing a sport to like the end of the season, and just still trying to keep a relationship with them. So me and my wife both agree like we have to do this like year round. And right now we're kind of stuck in the mud because we don't know where to start. So tomorrow, Jerome, trust me, look up my number. I'll call you tomorrow.
But Mumba, our superhuman administrator sent you something. Make sure you forward it to them.
Yeah, definitely.
Our emails. It's a lot of content, and what I would recommend, Mountain, is you go through all of it and dissect it.
Yeah,
I'm here. Like I said, the goal is to concrete this academy in multiple cities, and if that means to plant one in your city and you run it, or wherever the case may be, or help you build your own, let's do it because at the end, the kids get better. And if the kids get better, the world get better. And that's it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. That's love, man. Trust me, I'm gonna link you tomorrow because we have to get this in motion. Like, just the last thing I'm gonna touch on just before I pass over to Mumbai is like just the fact that you went on a limb. Like you gotta think everybody else was against you doing what you're doing right now. And you had that was your vision, right? You already had a vision in your head and you went for it and it turned out to be successful. And that just shows you like in life, like it's sometimes you have to take risks.
Yep.
And you don't want to grow old, 75, 80 years old, and be like, man, 40 years ago, I had a chance to take a risk that could have changed my life, my kids' life, my kids' life, and I didn't do it. So you can't live by that. So I appreciate the fact that you went out there on a limb, and you trusted yourself and went out there and started your own company.
Key important ingredient to why I did that is because I cultivated the right people around me. Right, I had people around me. Although some people didn't believe in me, but I talked to CB at least, like I said, 2 to 3 times a week, and CB has always believed in me. So having someone like that, my mom, my family, so having people around you that instill and infuse that confidence daily, even when it's lacking, is very important. And just cultivate mentors. Just get people around you. I'm surprised I didn't mention any quotes, and I know we got to jump. But 2 quotes I'm going to leave you all with that I live by. Number 1, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Surround yourself with people smarter than you. Number 2, people will forget what you do. They will forget what you say. They will never forget how you make them feel. Those are the 3 quotes I live by. And that's
big.
You're a true role model, man. You're a true role model. They use them. Definitely need you. They need your mentality, the way how you go about things. They definitely need you, man. I really enjoy this episode, man. We competed against each other in high school, and and then it's about 20 years later, we're here, discussing the future. you know, I love you, my brother, man. I appreciate you. You know, appreciate you sharing your life story with us, man. It means a lot. It means a lot to us. You know.
To add to that, the kids need all of us. You know, I find all of you to be inspiring from a distance. You inspired me in many ways. You know, so we need to continue to pass the torch to the younger generation. You know, it's the only way we'll survive. So much love to all of you, and we're gonna stay in contact. And like, man, what a great honor and privilege to be a part of something so special. You know, this is legendary.
Facts.
This is listen. This is bigger and better than LeBron and Michael. Can we agree on that?
That's facts.
Okay.
Facts.
100%.
All right. So I can go to sleep tonight.
I think LeBron and Michael battle down story. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
really not.
This is what the world needs. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Successful and did things, and we need to focus on the people behind us and from the VA. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
Exactly. Now this is, and CB did tell me what y'all were doing, and now this is. I don't get blown away. You know, when you've seen as much as I've seen, you don't get blown away, and this blew my mind. So awesome. And I'm gonna be checking out. I might end up watching all the episodes when I have time, but now this is love. Don't have the time, I'll find the time.
I remember we appreciate you taking out with us, you know. Love alone, you use our brother.
Love to all.
You know what I mean? And much success for everything that you got going on.
Yes, love. Y'all have a good night.
For sure.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Blessings.
All right.
Blessings.
Yes.